Alrighty, it's that time again. Yes, again. We're back. Hey everybody, Steve here, the retired hobby tech guy. American expat in Korea. We sold everything, lock, stock, and barrel, house, car, guns, ammo, anything that was associated us pretty much with us living in the United States. We sold, gave away, gave to charity, whatever. Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, whatever it was. We ended up here in Korea, and we've been doing hobby stuff. Of course, I do some other stuff. Do some gym, do some coffee, do some lattes, and all that. But I decided since I retired early, I needed to find a hobby to do. And we got George. George is a faithful follower. Say hi to George. George is pretty good. So how to make a 3D model through picture frame with your slicing program. This is something kind of interesting because I saw a number of files, kind of like usually it's around the playing card, hobby, Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, which I'm not into at all. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too old. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. Hey, we got Zombie Hunter back. He is popping in. And to let people know, it's about 8:18 in the morning here in Korea. And I don't even know what day it is. What day is it? It's Sunday. I know it's Sunday. But yeah. Oh, it's the 7th. Okay. So that's what we got going on. Decided to do a little streaming today. Maybe we can get some more people in. Hey, we got Adam pops up. Adam Civic says Game Workshop tried to sue a GMAC because they printed 3D models. Wow, seriously, that is insane, man. Everybody's getting so sue happy these days. Matter of fact, I was just looking at some stuff this morning as I was drinking my morning latte, as I tend to do every morning. And I did a little bit of a coconut vanilla with some dark roast. So it turned out pretty good. Oh, we got Ferrith is back. He's here. Hey, Steve. Good morning. Yes, good evening, sir. Good to see you again. Yeah, somebody had brought up... Zombie says, Steve, you're old if you don't know what day it is. Every day is retirement day. So I know what day it is for me. It's just the particulars of retirement day, it's Sunday. I had to look, honestly, yes, it does happen when you retire, at least to me. And I remember my grandfather telling me that. He goes, you know you're retired when you don't know what day it is. And honestly, it's true. And I've had other people tell me that as well. I'm like, as a youngster, I was like, how can people not know what day of the week it is? It's just insane, the crazy old people. And here I am going, and my wife's the same way. She's like, well, what day is it? And it's like, I don't know. It's retirement day. So, yeah. But going back to the comment that Adam brought up, Games Workshop tried to sue a GameMac because they printed 3D models. That is insane. And before I got off track, I saw some stuff talking about how companies that sent products to YouTubers to review are suing those people for the bad reviews because the product was bad in comparison to a lot of other products. That it didn't live up to its claim, there were safety concerns or whatever it is. Usually it's around those two areas, how there are some, pros and cons of everything, but it ends up that there are some companies that ended up suing these reviewers. And it's like, dude, you've got a substandard product. Seriously, I think the golden days of making and printing anything that you wanted they're slowly coming to a head, especially with Games Workshop. Oh, good Lord. They are so sue happy. And if you notice, they only sue using Florida. because Florida has some type of special legal thing that they can do that, and it's really kind of skanky ish. And that's the one thing that bothers me about Florida, besides, all the storms and stuff like that. Otherwise, I might have gone to Florida. But I just don't like, typhoons or hurricanes or whatever the hell they got down there, just coming in multiple times every year. And it's just, alligators, I don't know. Do they have alligators in Florida? I think they do. I don't know. But yeah, other than that, I would like Florida. But yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. Let's see. Ferrithus says he can't wait to retire and have that problem of not knowing what day it is. I know. I didn't think it would ever hit me. Zombie Hunter says, crazy old people, you got that right, we are. Adam pops in and says, yeah, so lots of content creators that 3D printed models for their fans for cheap price got sued. It's just rough. On one side, I understand talking about intellectual property and copyright infringement and blah, 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 and all that stuff. But then on the other side of the coin, you have to look at what you're getting in return by letting creators make stuff, or hell, even sell stuff. You're getting free advertising. Look at Star Wars. Star Wars has fan fiction, fan novels, fan movies, fan episodes. I mean, the whole 9 yards. You imagine if Star Wars sued everybody that infringed upon their intellectual property, Star Wars would not be as big as it is, well, or as it was at the zenith of its career. Now it's just kind of ugly. But aside, on the IP stuff, if they sued every single one of those fans that made things, or novels or whatever, and posted those, Star Wars could have sued every swinging crank out there, but they didn't, because that brought in a fan base that made the community bigger than the Star Wars universe. And the universe just continued, and the community just continued to grow and grow and grow for decades. It is still huge, and it's a global thing. There's Star Wars fans all over the world. So I really just don't get it. How, suing people into oblivion, content creators, you're actually, what you could end up doing is saying, hey, we have the intellectual property rights. I understand that. I'm speaking as if I was Games Workshop and a smart Games Workshop executive. I would say, okay, we have the IP rights to this stuff. You're making helmets or whatever, and you're selling them. Here's the deal we're going to do. Okay, you can go ahead, because we realize that creators spend time and money and energy into making products. Okay, and then you can sell them, but you got to sell them, and then you have to reference our main product, Warhammer World, whatever it is that they do, and put that on every single post that you do where you make these products. So that way, and you have to do a little push to our products, our game, our this or that, or whatever it is. And that would go so far for advertising. That would grow the universe exponentially, but instead Games Workshop doesn't take the free advertising. Case in point, Borderlands. When I did the Borderlands helmets and the Ripper mask, Borderlands obviously hired somebody, modeler, to make those masks and the gun and the rifle and whatever it is, the backpack and the other stuff, and they put it up for free for personal use, which is cool. Massive free advertising. And it just, so people that have a 3D printer, or somebody who even doesn't have a 3D printer, can buy the file or get the file, go to a 3D print service, and they print it and they get it, and then they can do cosplay or just sit and watch TV and, I don't know, whatever wild fantasies they want to do with those masks. It grows the universe. It grows the community. It brings people together. Because then, you share pictures on Instagram, social media, and all that stuff. So I totally get all that. But when you start suing the creators and stuff like that, it just ends up, it's bad, in my opinion. And that's why you have so many game companies that are popping up, garage game companies that are popping up like one-page rules. And there's tons of tabletop games out there. But I think a lot of it came because of the BS that these corporate companies are, like Games Workshop, are pushing and suing and just being general douches, to the point of where other people are like, you know what? Making a game's not that hard. Yeah, we don't have a lot of lore from decades and decades, but we're not going to be douches and like one-page rules. One-page rules, it's one page of rules and you can play. You can play with whatever figures you want. You can play, they got cutouts of paper you can print. You could use pennies, rocks, nickels, dimes, bananas, whatever it is. You could use whatever things that you want to play that game. And it's free. Now they've got other versions and so on and so forth. So obviously they have miniatures and you can pay for some miniatures and stuff like that, which is totally cool. But they don't say, well, you can't play this game without our official, copyright infringement protected figures. No, they're like, hey, if you want to use army men or Legos and play one-page rules, knock yourself out. And that's the response that you're going to get from that big corporate greed, is you're going to have people that are branch out, and people are finally, George pops up in regards to Star Wars. Disney. It's just the whole, no one knows how to tell a good story anymore. It's very rare these days, unfortunately, and don't get me started on that. Please don't get me started on that. Anyway, so yeah, that's what we got going on. Interesting stuff on how, and how does this tie into making 3D models with, stepping through a picture frame, or another way to, display your favorite characters. It's not Warhammer, it's a Space Guardian that we're going to be talking about. Okay, we're going to talk about Space Guardians. We're not going to be talking about Warhammer, because Lord, I might get sued for, hell, now there's influencers that are getting sued for just having opinions about companies, which is absolutely insane. It's just, we've got into this sue happy mentality, and instead of working with the fans, you persecute the fans, and that's, I don't know, I don't think that's going to, I'll take my money and go elsewhere. That's what it comes down to. It's not all bad. Disney World is fun. Yeah, if you can afford it, take out a second mortgage so you can go to Disney World. I remember back in the day when, good Lord, now I'm sounding like an old person. I am. I remember back when my grandparents took me to Disney World in California. And I remember my grandfather complaining that it was like, what, $20 or something like that for tickets. And, oh, damn, $20, what are these people doing? That's way too expensive. But now it's just like you see people and they're spending thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for a trip to, I don't know. It's just absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. I think it was really good at the time that I grew up in, because prices were cheap. There wasn't this mass inflation going on, and yeah, it's just, what was the Star Wars? Going back to the Star Wars thing. Oh my gosh. Ferrithus says, annual ticket for $400, Florida resident discount, so I can't complain. Still. And watch Disney adults ruin things for kids. Yeah, again, nobody knows how to tell a good story anymore. There's very few. That's why, you wonder why old people keep rewatching the old things, because they have better stories than the stuff that was newer. And yeah, I think I'm falling into that. Adam says, yeah, but please, no more live action Disney movie. Also remember how Wizards of the Coast sending Pinkertons after a content creator. Oh, wow. Crazy. Ferrithus says, but seeing those families with 4 kids in there ordering 4 burgers for $100 always gives me a heart attack. Yeah, I know. And we, I'm not saying we were poor, but grandma's purse was full of food. That's all I'm going to say. You could buy one drink, and then grandma's purse was full of food. So, yeah, but that was back in the day. That was way back in the day, and those days are long gone. But yeah, the prices are insane. And I guess that's another reason why the appeal to retire overseas here, I'm in South Korea, for those of you who don't know, we're paying half of what we're paying in Southern Colorado. So yeah, and yeah, my wife's Korean ancestry, that has something to do with it as well. But even then, we would still want to retire overseas because prices are less, and we long for those days of old. Just the amusement parks, all of that stuff. And now we get to this place where everything's super expensive, and now everybody's suing everybody and their grandmother, and you're just trying to have some hobby fun, and I don't know. It's just, and no country is exempt. Korea's prices go up from time to time, but they just don't go up in huge chunks the way they do in the United States. I just go to Holiday World, is what George says. Ferrithus pops up and says, I go to 7-Eleven for a handful of protein bars before I go. Yeah, right. And Adam pops up and he says, after Disneyland and World, you leave broke and tired. Oh, but don't forget Universal Studios, or Knott's Berry Farms. I've been there, done that, the whole 9 yards. Universal Studios is really cool because we went to Universal Studios, the tour, way back in the day. But we actually had somebody in our family that worked at Universal Studios, Uncle Bob. I don't know if everybody has an Uncle Bob, but Uncle Bob worked at Universal Studios, and he would take us on set as they were filming things. Apparently he was a big thing, or enough to bring my grandparents and me onto set, and my mom and other people, not all in a big, huge crowd, but, just kind of walk through and do things. And we'd see Planet of the Apes, people walking around in different costumes and all that. And, I met Telly Savalas. I met the 2 guys from Chips, Eric Estrada and the other guy. I can't remember his name. But there was and there were some other ones. Just the old time actors that I met as a child were cool. And I don't know how high up Uncle Bob was. Uncle Bob's gone. He's long been gone. But he worked at Universal Studios, and we had access to things that you can't get on a regular tour, or any tour for that matter. But the people that we met that were movie stars or TV stars, they seemed like regular people. So being exposed to that, I was never really starstruck because I was exposed to that as a child when I lived in California with my grandparents. So yeah, it was really kind of a weird thing to see people nowadays that are so starstruck by singers or TV stars or movie stars or whatever. They freak out over their favorite singer, and they do all that. They don't know how to speak or talk as if this person puts on their pants a different way than everybody else does. I just don't get it. Yeah. When people stop buying stuff or going places, the prices will drop. But while people are buying things and going places, why would they drop the prices? That's true. Or they overprice things because they're hoping people will spend and go to these places. Case in point, Star Wars, what was it, Star Wars Land? I thought that would be cool. That would be awesome. But the prices they charged were astronomical. So astronomical and out of this world that nobody could really afford on a wide scale to go and do that stuff. So that ended up being a failure. They thought they were going to make a home run. We'll charge a buttload of money to go do this thing. And it just didn't end up working well. Universal definitely has the best roller coasters. Epic Universe was a lot of fun. I was never at Epic Universe. Let's see, Adam says, same goes for fast food. It goes up. They keep blaming inflation. And fast food makes the serving sizes smaller. So you have inflation, and then everything used to be big, and of course everything was like, fast food or whatever. And then it became healthy, and then the portions started getting smaller even before inflation or, stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're being sold a bill of goods. If you look at the jumbo hot dogs that we have now, or even regular hot dogs, they're about the size of my pinky. Whereas back in the day, it was at least my thumb, or, twice as big for the jumbo ones. And everything just keeps getting smaller, smaller. And we're still paying more money. So I'm not sure how that works. Yeah. Kind of like, what was the thing? We got to use CFS lights, or we got to use LED lights and all this stuff. And it's like, well, electricity just keeps going up and up and up. I don't get it. Zombie says, not only that, Adam, but fast food tastes like crap now. That, I got to agree with you. It's hard to, find good fast food, honestly. And that's the other thing that I like about Korea, is the fast food here, and some of the franchises are really good. Some of them, not so much. It just reminds you of fast food with just a Korean twist on it. But you have mom and pop burger places and stuff like that crank out some really good fast food. What is the one right across the street from our apartments? Mary Street Burgers. Holy crow, gourmet burgers, a little pricey, but holy crow, are they good. And just incredible. And then the chicken, Korean chicken, fried chicken, is to die for. I used to think KFC was good, but yeah, the Koreans got it going on. Hey, we got Epic Sin in. He says, just came across your live. I'm super into HueForge. Do you doable? No, I haven't done any HueForge at all. That's a thing that I have just been recently looking into, so I thought it looked interesting. I've got the K2 Plus with the AMS or CFS or whatever the FS it is. I have the S thing that changes filaments. So, but no, I haven't done that, but it looks really interesting. And I don't know, one of these days I'm going to get into that. So yeah, that would be cool. I like all that stuff, and especially I saw it a while back, but I wasn't really into it. But now that I'm kind of doing more and more hobby stuff, it's like, well, how can I show off my favorite characters? Well, I can print a miniature, I can paint it, I can do that. And then, doing the frame thing that we're going to talk about eventually, maybe, I don't know. Another way to display the things that you like and enjoy, so other people can like and enjoy them, hopefully. That's what kind of is turning me back around to, yeah, maybe I need to check out some HueForge. I've been seeing more in my feed. I don't know, it's because I talked about it once or twice with the wife that it's now inundating my phone. Probably has something to do with it. But yeah, that's pretty good. Ferrithus says, I do like Chick-fil-A. The rest is mostly terrible. Five Guys is way too expensive. I know. Chick-fil-A is pretty good. God's chicken. I know somebody said, it's some pretty good chicken. I will say that, but Korean fried chicken blows it out of the water. I mean, if you haven't had good Korean fried chicken, oh my gosh, it'll ruin you. You don't. Hanu beef and Korean fried chicken were the two things that I've had in Korea that when we went back to the United States, it was like, I can't eat regular meat now because I had Hanu beef. It is so melt in your mouth goodness. And then the Korean fried chicken, it was just like, I can't ever go back to KFC or Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is probably up there, but Korean fried chicken it's the bomb. That's all there is to it. Let's see, Zombie says, if the food tastes amazing, then okay to pay a bit more. Yeah. I did Five Guys when I was in Oahu. Oh my gosh, seriously. That is insane money. And I just don't, It was greasy. The burger was falling apart by the time I got 3/4 of the way through it. Yeah, you get a buttload of fries, but you're going to get a big buttload of a bill as well. So, yeah, I remember the first time I went to Five Guys in Oahu, and I was just like, okay, I was kind of hyped up, but it was like, It was like, okay, it's a lot of fries, but cheapest thing that you could probably. And smash burgers. Oh my, smash burgers, don't get me started on smash burgers, because my whole thing is like, hey, how can we make more money? Well, make this smash burger. Well, what's a smash burger? Well, it's a burger, and we're going to take less meat, and then, so we'll save money that way, and then we'll smash it paper thin almost, and make it bigger, so it looks bigger, but it's less, so we charge more because it's a smash burger. People jumped all over that and think that smash burgers are the bomb. And it's like, yeah, throw some seasoning on there, and it's like you pay big bucks. I just don't get it. The Five Guys burger, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. I will pay more money for good food. There's no doubt about that, and I will be a loyal customer. But I hate it when you go to burger places that don't season the burger or don't season their food. If you can't bother to put salt and pepper on something or some type of seasoning, I will never come back. Let's see. Epic Sin says, if I can get that to pop up. I just made a 5-foot tall Iron Man in Hue Forge, and it amazes balls. Really? Dude, send me a picture. 5-foot tall? Wow. Shall be buried life at gmail.com. I think I spelled that right. So there's my email address. So if you want to send something and send me some pictures, that would be 5 foot tall. What did you print that on? Holy crow. Epic says, real question, how hard is it to move from America? I want it out. We sold everything. House, car, guns, ammo, everything in the kitchen junk drawer. Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, bunch of charity. We gave stuff away to a bunch of charities, thrift stores and stuff like that when we were in Colorado. Some people shift stuff overseas. We didn't. We just took like a couple of suitcases and then mailed a box of like pictures and stuff like that. But then eventually we got them all digitized. But yeah, it was kind of difficult because the stuff that you have and that you've collected over the decades, you have an emotional attachment to that stuff, and your identity is kind of tied to that stuff. So the hard part was getting rid of some of that stuff and left with basically a suitcase full of stuff. And it's like, who am I? So that was kind of jarring. But other than that, it's just logistics. Just sell your shit and sell the house and cars and everything, and that's it. So let's see, what else do we got? Ned Benson says, Steve, with your talent and eye for color, you can create some great Hue Forge. Get on that. I think I'm going to look into that. Zombie says, Epic, don't come to Australia. Come on, get up there. It's too bloody expensive here. Epic says it's a plugin called Hue Forge, which just lets you blow up the print. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to look into that. I definitely got to look into that. Zombie asks, what size bed do you have on your machine there? Because that, if it's like 256 cube, and you're making a Hue Forge, your size is going to be 256 by 256, and then you have to. Did you do like multiple prints and then put them all together, or do you got like a bigger machine with a build area? That'd be interesting to know. I got the K2 Plus. It's a 350 by 350, but the Hue Forge, that would be. You know what? I'm going to pull that up so that I don't forget that. Forge. Home of Hue Forge. Okay. And okay, okay. So let's take a look at the Hue Forge thing. So there's the Hue Forge. Boom, boom. Pull this over a little bit. Transform 2D images into stunning photo-like prints. I don't know, since creators are getting sued for printing stuff out, we got to be careful of this. Maybe buy it while you can. How to upgrade your license and all that stuff. Magic wand, blah. Okay, ready to buy. So, one-time payment of $24. That's not bad. Unlimited personal use, all features. No selling printer models, no selling. List of free model sites with a non-commercial license or professional for $350. And that's if you want to sell and all that stuff, which is $350. That's not bad. If you're doing a side gig, I could see that. Let's look at some examples here. Wow. Wow. That is cool. I might have to get into Hue Forge. I don't know. That would be really, really interesting. You get an affiliate program. Okay, well, that's their affiliates, I guess. But, okay, yeah. So there it is. Let's see what this is. Only swap layer by layer through a process we call filament painting. Oh. It isn't a slicing or a painting program. It generates a model file for you, and then using the sliders you see on the bottom of the image, like those there, predicts what the print will look like after printing. If you're happy with how it looks, export a text file, give you layer heights at which you should set up your color swaps. Try print before you buy, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Wow, okay. That's an interesting little thing there. Cool. I will have to check that out more and more. Cheaper than going to Disneyland, I can tell you that right now. All right, getting ready for dinner here. Stepdaughter cooked food, coma incoming. Enjoy your day. We got to drive back home in the morning. Okay, all right. Well, hey, have a good one. Spend good time with the family. That is always important. So thanks for stopping by on that and checking us out. So, oh yeah, but yeah, the Hue Forge thing, that is pretty good. Everybody's saying goodbye, see ya, see ya. Barrett is such a good guy. So, yeah, good stuff going on. So anyway, since we're kind of on the topic of 3D printing, how to make a 3D model step through a picture frame with your slicer program, we'll just kind of go through a quick little thing on that, and I'll show you the results that I did with Ivor the Viking. And for those of you who don't know, this was a 32 millimeter file, and this is Ivor. And we painted this guy up, and he ended up incredible. These are with speed paints too. So it just turned out really good. You know, the bloody axes, the whole 9 yards. So this is Ivor. This is resin printed. So that was really good. And then I decided, well, I'm going to 3D print one on the K2 Plus. So we have this guy here. So he's going to be a little bit taller, just a little bit taller. We're going to paint him up. And then when I saw the Pokemon cards and Magic the Gathering or whatever playing cards, and then they had like models or characters stepping out of the frame or out of the card to give that three-dimensional thing going on. That's what I wanted to kind of do, but I didn't want to have to pay somebody to do it. So, and we got an email here. I heard a ding, ding, ding. Fries are done. Let's see. looks safe. And let's see what we got. Ooh, check that out. You don't mind if I show these. Obviously, we'll throw this up there. Bigger one looks great. Yeah, the Ivor the Viking guy turned out really good. So let me do this, because I want to do that. And where did it go? Oh, there it is, under images. Imagine that. No, that's not there. Where did I just put it? Oh, there it is. And what we'll end up doing is I'll just, because you had your computer stuff there, so I'm going to crop that out. Just because. Crop. And then now we can end up doing. So this is what Epic was talking about. Look at that. Wow. That is pretty cool, dude. That is cool. That is a cool looking one. Awesome. That is nice. That is nice. That is really cool. So yeah. George says, you went scroll there and said I must print. Okay, go ahead. Good. Yep. Yeah, that is pretty cool. And Epic says it was printed at 200 by 200 in many parts. That looks really cool. I mean, that's a cool looking, that's hot. So you just took the picture, put it into the program, it kind of replicates the colors, and then you can fine tune the colors and stuff like that. That is hot. That is really nice. Yeah, that is really good. That looks great. Man, good job, dude. Wow. Amazing stuff. So anyway, yeah, kind of similar to that. Now people are getting to the point of where they can, the HueForge, that is awesome. Being able to make characters to print out for their own enjoyment or sell or whatever it is, or just have fun doing it. It's pretty impressive. And so with this 3D picture model thingy that I did, we'll take a look at that. Let me pull that up and I'll show you all. I did a couple of short videos for that and threw them up on my YouTube. So basically what we ended up doing is having this here. And I downloaded a frame, which was by itself. And I wonder if I can, I don't want to. Anyway, what I ended up doing is taking this, and the frame was a separate STL, and then Ivor was an STL file that I had. And what I ended up doing is just, angling it, slicing it, and then putting it together, selecting both of the objects and assemble them together. So now they're one item. And then, printed it out. So, I mean, that looks kind of cool. A little picture frame, free picture frame. And I want to show you all how it turned out, because this is like the proof of concept type of thing. So here it is. So there, you can see how that turned out. So as long as we got some connection for that, and I missed a little bit on the gray on the inside there, but this is all primed. It's still a little tiny tacky, a little bit on the sides. But you can see, I mean, that is pretty cool. So, and then you can, it's got some areas that you can see through. So if you put like a backing on this of like a forest or something, but still, even just by itself, I think this turned out really cool. So, and it's easy to do. So, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it is. It turned out really good. I kind of had an idea that it was going to work, but it came out a lot better than what I thought it was. So, yeah, that's basically what we ended up there. The other thing we ended up doing is, that was the Ivor. Let's try a new one. New project. You want to save? Yeah. Yeah, transfer, why not? Epic says, would that with AMS, or is it only meant to be painted? You could do AMS, you know, you could put whatever colors you want. So if you wanted to, you know, depending on how many colors on your AMS or CFS or whatever the S system you have, yeah, you could put as many as you wanted, and boom, you could run with it. So you could do kind of like with your picture frame. You could do the picture frame in kind of like a wood color or a wood. That would look really cool. You could sign, you know, a color to the owl. You could do different colors. It just depends on how many, you know, spools you have access to on your multi-material system. So yeah, you could get pretty darn crazy with that. Yeah. For this, I made it just a paint because, like I said, on this dude here, there's just a lot of different colors. But you could simplify that to, you know, you could do some dark brown, you could do some tan, you could do some gray, yellow skin tones, stuff like that, you know. And if you have like an 8 or a 16 multi-material system hooked up to your printer, I mean, you could do some pretty wild stuff with this. I'm just looking at it from a painting perspective because I'll paint this with speed paints. So anyway, let's get back to this. And what we ended up doing is I found this Rage Chaplin Rage Reynolds. We got that there. So for those of you who are into Space Guardians, because no one wants to get sued, and then I thought the Stargate picture frame, of course they have a standing one and then they have one where it's actually just a picture frame. I downloaded those, and so what we could end up doing is basically, there it is, Stargate picture frame. So we got that dude there. And I think this is it here. Chaplin Rage Reynolds. And let me see, what is that? Redo 2. There we go. So I'll bring that guy into here. Epic says, I'm so bad at painting. Made a bunch of minis for the board game Dice Throne, and I was pleased with myself, hence why I bought 3 AMS printers. Nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's incredible in what you can do with multi-material systems. Like I ended up doing the Borderlands Ripper mask from Borderlands, and then the mask from Galactic Armory, because I'm on their Patreon, painted those up. But there's people that use the AMS for those Ripper masks. Yeah, you don't even need to paint. So yeah, I'm a little jealous. So anyway, what we'll end up doing is we'll take this, because I wanted to see how this would work, because I like the Warhammer type of things. So we'll take this guy and we'll put him up like that. And let's see, what we'll end up doing is we'll take this guy, we'll make him a different color. So that way at least we got a little bit of something else going on. And then all we'll end up doing is we'll scale this guy kind of like this. And seriously. And we'll kind of zoom in there a little bit. And so we've got this side view. So we can kind of move him into this. But we'll just hit R, and then we'll rotate this guy a little bit as he's coming out. I'll hit M for move, and we'll just kind of do this. And of course, now we kind of get them into the thing there. And just get it so it just barely touches. So, I don't know, it's kind of like you just you know, kind of ducked in and then stepping through. And then what we can end up doing is slicing this guy. This one's going to be hard to do because he's got the base. So let's do this. I wasn't expecting this. So let's take this. We'll kind of do this. We'll bring this down and we'll get rid of the base a little bit. Oops. Good Lord. What was that doing? Okay, I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing here. Is that going to be enough? And we'll just cut that. Dun, 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 dun. And we'll keep that. We'll get rid of that. And then if we ended up, we do the move, we can kind of get like that. Of course, that's not going to stay up on its own. So, and is that kind of what we want to end up doing? No, because we want to rotate this a little bit. So we'll kind of do that. And then we could scale him up a little bit more. And kind of like that. And then we could move him forward. I'll just move him like that. And we need to cut off some toes. So with that, we could probably, or we could rotate him this way. He's not like stepping out. Like one leg is further forward than the other. It's kind of hard to do that. So let's just go ahead and try slicing him up a little bit. We'll just try to get rid of the toes on there. And we'll do that. Dun, 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 dun. And we'll get that piece. We'll get rid of that. I'll move this back. And then I think that's pretty close. And so then what we could end up doing is we could take this, we'll just hit this guy on the back. Of course, it's not perfectly flat. And we're gonna have to slice this guy. So the thing is, we go there and we will bring this back to about, and we could go about right there. Let's try that and see what happens. Do, 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 do. And we'll get rid of that. And then now what we can end up doing is we could take this guy, put him on his back, and we could work at it from this angle, and then we can kind of do this. And that way we can check that, and it's not too bad. And we could scale this a little bit and just kind of fudge him up just a little bit, like so. But his knees are kind of, do I want to do that? No, I guess that's kind of good. I think that'll work. Something like that would work. And then what we can end up doing is, since we have both of these, and I figured out how to do this by just playing around, you select one of the items, and then we select the other item so we have them all selected, or you could just right click and hit select all, which we've got that, and then go on to these items, right click and hit assemble, and now this is all one piece. So it goes like that, and then what we could end up doing is, yeah, just print it out like that. But the problem is with this, it's not like totally flat on the backside, and I noticed that with the other frame as well. So what we can end up doing to alleviate that is to take our cut tool, where is that at there, and we'll bring this down until we can get a pretty good, that'll work. So we can cut that so it's perfectly flat on the bottom, because you don't want like really tiny supports on, yeah. You don't want like really tiny supports, and you just want something really flat on the back. And if we do this now, yeah, see how much better that is? So yeah, you could actually print that out in that orientation, and that would be a pretty cool little thing to hang up on your wall. I mean, that would be pretty cool, I think, if you're into the Warhammer-ish stuff. So, yeah. So guy kind of stepping through on the Stargate thing. So that would be cool. I think that would be a cool little print. So yeah, just a quick little thing you could end up doing. Well, let's find out how much. Let's slice this plate, and I'm using, I got it set to 0.16 millimeters. So if we slice this plate up, let's see what this comes out to. So that could turn out pretty good. That would be, and imagine all the other characters. So it doesn't have to be Warhammer. It could be Marvel. It could be whatever, Batman, Robin, Spider-Man, whatever. You could take, or Disney, you know, Mickey Mouse or whatever it is, because that's copyright free. And then what do we end up having? So it'd take 4 hours and 21 minutes, 50 grams of filament. It's like $1.02. And there you would have your, you know, your dude. And I've got this set at, what is it, 3%? Strength, 3 walls, 3% infill, adaptive cubic. So yeah, I think that would be a cool little print to do. Matter of fact, I might do that. So, but it's going to have some on the underside of that. It's going to have, of course, I got a brim in there, brim going around that as well, as far as outer brim, which I don't think I would need. Let's just do the auto and redo that. Because something that big, you're not going to need a brim on there. And especially if you clean your plate, you know, throw down some glue stick or whatever it is, I think that would turn out really good. So yeah, that can be done in about 4 hours at 0.16. So we got some supports on there, which wouldn't be too bad. Tree auto defaults on build plate. I've got the top Z distance 0.23, which I might increase it at 0.24. But yeah, that would be a pretty cool looking print, you know, for what that is right there. That would be nice, especially if you like Warhammer. So yeah, I think that would turn out pretty good. So the simple things, I can do the simple things. And if I can do the simple things, you can do the simple things. So yeah, let's see. Epic says, I use a program called Luban to cut my prints. It add inserts to connect. Oh yeah. I've used Luban, and we talked about that previously on some other streams I did, comparing that. There's a new company out that has, Splitter is the name of the company. SPLIT3R. Excuse me. And it does the same thing. It doesn't do as many things as Luban does, but at least, and it's only for Windows right now. They're working on Linux and Mac versions of that, but that'll probably be next year. But the UI is a lot better than Luban. I tried Luban for a few months, a couple of months, and I was like, and every time I see Luban, I gotta try to figure out. So for those people that don't know what Luban is, again, it will it does a bunch of stuff. It takes a big STL file if you're going to do a life-size file, and you can cut it into smaller pieces, which is what this new splitter program does. Having a hard time speaking. They just did a Kickstarter. I just purchased this, and so I've been working on that. It'll be interesting. But when you take a look at the UI, it's definitely a lot better than Luban. Luban's stuck in like 1970 user interface. I don't know what their deal is, but the splitter looks pretty good. There are some things that I don't like about the splitter that I think they could improve on. One of those things is this thing here with the axes and the buttons or whatever. Just do kind of like, I really hate that because it's so hard to, and I can't do it on my Mac because this is a Mac, but you can open project, you can end up coming in here, you can set the type of printer that you have. They have profiles for most printers. You can set the X, Y, and Z for your printer build area. Type of connections. They have a shelled out feature, which is amazing. And yeah, it looks pretty good. And the interesting thing about this was the price. The price point for this was a lot better. So basically, yeah, prepare, import it, pre-split it. You can kind of see. I wish these were a little bit more pronounced. I think all of the colors just kind of are too similar, so it's hard to see, you know, all the cuts and everything. I wish they changed the colors. And again, how you manipulate that with that is just stupid, in my opinion. But then you split it up, it'll split up all the parts and it'll put it into a file folder that you can get at. But the basic price is 60 euros, which is like 70 bucks. The full thing is like 110 bucks. Whereas Luban, when you look at Luban, the license for that is $25 a month subscription. A 1 year subscription is $125, and a permanent license is $625. Whereas Splitter, you have a lifetime license on all this stuff. So I went with Splitter. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, but yeah, Luban works. It's just, I wish it was updated so that it was a little bit more user-friendly and the graphical interface. You're paying some good money for that, especially for a lifetime license of $625. It better have a better user interface. I hate it when you have 1970s user interface and I'm paying 625 bones or even $25 a month or $125 a year. I have to look at a video to remind myself how to use Luban every time I use it. So yeah, it's just, same company. I'm working on a simple version. Oh, okay. You're working on a simple version. Hey, well, throw a link or whatever. I'd like to take a look at that. Epic Sin says, sweet, I like new software. Luban does have a limitation. But then again, Luban also does a lot of other stuff. So, like if we take a look at their website, and I'm not a shill for either one of these. I don't have affiliate links or anything like that for anybody. You design eyeglass frames. I guess that's a thing. Lithophane, that's kind of nice. That's kind of a cool thing. Let's see what else. Photomagic, cell structure, extruding objects. Okay, flexies. Most of this stuff, you know, maybe that right there of morphing two photos or text strings into a model, kind of like that. That seems kind of cool. But for the majority of this stuff, it just doesn't really blow my hair back. So I don't know that I would use all that stuff. But yeah, the price for Luban is a little rough, in my opinion. Whereas the Splitter program, and it's a little clunky. It's still in the beta phase, so I was still able to purchase it. It's still in the beta phase, and I hope they clean up some stuff, especially that how you use that feature there. Because, for example, let's just take a look at this. So if you look at this top corner here, what you end up seeing is you can go from the top version, you have this little thing to where you can rotate around, you know, you can do the 3D view. That's a lot better than the splitter, which just has, let me see, get back here to the splitter, where it just has these things here, because you have to I have to put my mouse on there and hold it, and then manipulating it around, it's just weird ass. It just frustrates me. I don't know why they went with that. It looks cool. It's not really functional. When you have, most slicers will have a reference system, that is graphical. It gives you good information. And again, that stuff right up there is kind of like what everybody's doing. So I'm not sure why Splitter ended up doing this thing here, because I just don't. Yes, I understand X, Y, and Z, but when you start playing with it, it's really, really funky. So I don't know. They need to fix that. And then I'd like to see some videos on how to use Splitter. And you got some people that have done it, and I'm hoping to make some videos, because I think that's where you're going to make your money. If you can show people how easy it is to split large files by using Splitter versus UBAN, you're going to make money hand over fist, especially in the niche crowd of people that are printing out big stuff. So, yeah. Epic Sin says, do you have the link? Yes, I do. I will. Here it is. I'll put it in the comment section. Now, again, I just purchased this and I'm still playing around with it. So take that with a grain of salt, or a pound of salt, or whatever. I've done a few big items and practice in cutting them up and stuff like that. It's good, but again, there's a little bit of a learning curve. It's less of a learning curve than Luban, but some things that Luban does is a little bit better. So I don't know. Splitter gets their act together and fine tunes this. It'll be really good. Piled 3D, welcome to the show, says, yeah, I like the cube. The cube is nice. Keep the cube. Do the cube. I don't know why they do the little dots and the whatever. I know it looked cool, but just do the cube. Epic Sin, the XYZ is very Blender style, which I'm great at, so that would be fine for me. Yeah, I'm not. I get frustrated because, like, seriously. Yeah, I was speaking French at my laptop using Splitter with that thing, just trying to view. But I think it's got some really great potential. Not good potential, but great potential in cutting up large models. They just need to fine tune some stuff and it'll be rocking. So, and the same thing, if Luban would just spend a little bit of money to update the UI and make it more intuitive, kind of like Splitter is. Splitter still needs some work on its intuitiveness as well. But if Luban did that, they got to look out, because Splitter's coming for them. Sure, they do more things on Luban, but as far as user interface, that's huge. You got to make it simple for people like me. So, yeah. That's what we're going for. That's what we're going for. But, yeah. So, anyway, since we talked about all that stuff there, let me bring up Luban. Because the Luban is... And again, so here it is. We're going to show you Luban. There's Luban. It's like, okay, let's see if we can, let's do this. We'll throw, at least I'm old enough to know that the open file folder is, okay, so that's a supported Ivor, so we wouldn't be doing that. But then when you get to here, you've got these things, okay, light, where grid, turn on, off, or whatever, get it, turn off details, colors, whatever. I'm not really sure why these things are here. Again, I'm just not sure. And then So basically it's like, okay, but on your menu at the top, you should have things that say, okay, well, click and populate. And then on the side, on the left-hand side here, kind of like what Splitter has, you should be able to set the parameter for your printer. Here, nothing along the top is doing anything any good for anybody. I mean, you click all of this stuff and nothing for your printer comes up. So let's see. I really do like the insert system for Luban, but it's really nice since it does it for small prints too. Yeah. But then you got to go through here. And again, I've forgotten how to, it's assemble, invoke, create, 3D shape. I don't want to create, I want to cut. So export, no. Multi-view sequence, load mesh, what is it? Export, no. File, no. Mesh, no. Objects, rescale, nope. Edit. Axis, edge, surface, texture, volume, all of this stuff, view, blah, 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 mesh, cut. I think that's what we want. Do we want cut? After changing the value of the text box, hit the enter key to update the display. Sure, why not? Millimeter, okay. Okay, so there we go. So now, good Lord. That's what I'm saying. There is no intuitiveness to this. So you got to go to mesh and you got to go to cut, and then you come up, and then you actually get the screen, which should be an icon at the top of this, of saying, hey, let's do a cut, or the major things that you can end up doing, cut, nesting, slicer, whatever, definitely cut should be on this menu bar here, but it's not. So, and let's put that to inches, and let's say it's, and now the question is, if this is, well, now let's go back to millimeters. So I got it set at 320 to 320. Let's just go 340. Because my K2 Plus is 350 by 350, but I want a little bit of a space, a border. Border clearance is 10. Okay, so it already does that. I'll just put 0. Okay. Close cut, yes, blah, all of that. The other thing I don't like about this is that there's nothing here that you can like hover over this that gives a little explanation window on what is, an actual cut. You have yes or no, but what is an actual cut? So again, there are some things that Luban could do, and we could do some dowels. Let's see, can we scale this up? And will it scale up? Notice how it has the model size X, Y, and Z, and it's got all of those numbers there as far as millimeters, but it doesn't have a scale feature as far as like, well, can we just scale this up? I don't know, let's just make up some number. Okay, so it does scale up everything. Okay. You should be able to have a little toggle that says this is going to scale everything up proportionally, or you can select so that you can just do it, I just want to make the x-axis bigger, and I could do that. So let's take this on, I don't know, let's do it 100, see what happens. 500. Okay, so now we start getting into it now there. So then we go through connectors, blah, 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 and bed shape, rectangular, single printer, we got that. And then start number 1, Dell, whatever. And then you get down here to the bottom on this bottom left, and we got to do plug, nope, you got to dowel, none. You still can't click anything. Tolerance minus, whatever, prefix. So why can't you cut? Again, the intuitiveness is, I mean, it's 2025. Good Lord, it's going to be 2026. And this program sucks. I mean, what? Seriously. I mean, I like that you can scroll through and, left click and kind of drag through and see all this stuff. But, I don't know, is it prefix? Let's just put it R. No, that doesn't do anything. Axial cut? No, that doesn't do anything. Squares? Yeah, that's what we want. Squares, number 4, still doesn't, depth ratio, connectors, whatever. Oops, cancel. Epic's been putting out instructions on how to do this. I always do plug and square. It worked for me every time. Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll go to plug. We'll go to square. Like I said, it changed from modular to grid. So modular cut to grid. Okay, so now we can cut. Okay, good Lord, seriously. That's what I'm talking about. The intuitive of this, and then, you have all these different options, but it doesn't say what all these options do. So I think like in Creality Print, if you hover over certain areas on the settings for your strength or your speed or whatever, you'll come up with a little window that populates that tells you what this is for, blah, blah, blah. So there's none of that here. So unless you really use this a lot or look at their documentation or whatever, I'm just not, or planar cut, you can do that. Let's make this 200. We'll see what that does. And so basically, grid cut, cutting plane, XYZ, adjust the plane. So, okay, so we can do that. That's nice. I like that. And then we can increase, and we'll increase that. I like that. That part I like. But so that way you go through, and then we can go down and we can cut everything. And yeah, we'll just throw it on the desktop. What the hell? But yeah, you see what I'm saying as far as the intuitiveness is just not there. The user interface, I think, licensed computer only. Yeah, whatever. So anyway, yeah, getting to this part here and being able to actually cut something. I mean, this left side window should be populated all the time, regardless. And all this stuff at the top, I really just, again, let's get rid of the 1970s technology and get into the real world, because this is just, it's painful. Unless you do it a lot, like obviously Epic is, yeah, it's a little janky. The usability of this and the intuitiveness is just rough. Piled 3D says, I'll let you know when Piled can do this. Sure, yeah. I'd definitely like to take a look at that. He also says, it's interesting seeing someone use Luban as there isn't much online. Yeah, and like I said, it's not, I think more people would do bigger prints, but they just don't know how to cut those big things up. And Luban, even though it doesn't, it's not user-friendly. And so, whereas compared to Splitter, which their UI seems to be a lot better, and again, going back to this, it's still got some stuff that they need to work on. So, but at least you can go through. Now, when you go through and, let me see if I can find the, like when you go to the pre-split here, loading in a model, that's easy. That's a piece of cake. STL object or 3MF, no problem with that. But when you get down to the pre-splitting and, doing the printer profile is easy, it works well, and adjusting the plane cut position, that is a little rough. That is a little rough. And the color choices that they had for this, again, they're not contrasting enough. And so you've got your model in there that is always going to be that color. And then now you've got your cuts, but it's so pasteled and light colored with no contrast, it's hard to see, and do it on a laptop, and I'm old. You're really trying to strain, and then adding the number of sections is a little, they got these things up here, Y, Z, X numbers and letters. That's really kind of confusing. I like the way Luban does it to where you can just, pop that thing in there and make your adjustments on, the number of planes or whatever. I really like that. So, that just makes so much sense, how easy is that? So something like that is pretty good. Whereas on the splitter program, it's just not really, it's a little clunky. But it has the ability to knock it out of the park. If they can get rid of this and put the cube on there, and then if they can put some more contrast where it cuts it up like Luban does, because look at that, Luban, boom, you definitely see, what is going on here. There's a clear distinction of the model versus the cuts and the whole 9 yards. So, yeah, now I'm just kind of screwing around. I have no idea. And this brings into the point, seriously, there's no cube. God, damn it. So, see what I'm saying? Luban has a way to go, Splitter has a way to go, but they've overcome a huge hurdle in regards to the usability of it and the intuitiveness of it. They just need to work on that cube thing for manipulating. It's so much easier. Just do what all the other slicers are doing. Throw a cube up there. Don't try to reinvent the wheel with colors and lines and whatever. And then the cutting planes and adding the number of sections for X, Y, and Z. If Splitter did that and get some contrast, kind of like the way Luban does, they would be killing it. Dun, dun, dun. Epic says, press E and R, it will show you the cuts. Okay, let me see if we can try to, I'm just turning all over kind of stuff. What was it, E and R? E and R. E and R. I don't know, it's not doing nothing for me. Explode, we'll see what happens. It's not exploding. Restore, not doing anything. I don't know, maybe I just screwed this stuff up. So anyway, but my point being, Luban is definitely not user-friendly, because those icons for coming up here to your mesh and doing your cut should be up on the top here. It's not clearly defined as far, yeah, you got your open file, which is right up here, save a file, get it. But after you open, save, you should have something there that you have it like a cut icon, and that would bring you up to this, and this left side should have that menu that should just stay there, with useful information. And again, the type of method, if you hover your mouse cursor over anything over here, it should say, like method, it should populate a window that gives you a definition of, well, what is a planar cut? What is a conical cut? Good Lord, we don't even know what that is. Now we'll just put it on the desktop and do the same thing. Failed to cut the mesh object. Okay, whatever. Radial cut. I don't know. Okay, there we get it. Kind of like so we do kind of a weird star shape pattern thing that we got going on there. Okay, so radial, but I shouldn't have to go through, and now the model's too big. I shouldn't have to go through and try all of this stuff just to get just to get where I need to go. It shouldn't be a trial and error process. It should be something where the user comes in there and it's a well-defined user interface. Load your model. Boom. Select your model. Select the cut that you want to do. And there's a difference between modular and conical or whatever and blah, 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 all of that stuff. It should be easy to understand, but Luban doesn't make it easy to understand. So, I don't know. Anyway, Piles says it's very expensive for the average hobbyist. Yeah. And there's some people with Luban, because it's $25 a month or $125 a year. So for just a hobbyist, like if I want to do the Hulk, if I want to do Ivor the Viking in a large life-size scale or whatever, Warhammer, Space Guardian dude, whatever it is, then I would get it for a month and I just cut all these big models up and then save them, and then I would print them out. But still, it's a tad expensive, where the splitter program is definitely a little bit easier on the pocketbook, but yeah, I so love the UI. It's a lot better. But they need to clean up they need to tweak their stuff. So, Slicer is good. Splitter is good. Slicer is good, but also 1990s. Slicer. Exactly. Keep things simple. Concept gaming. Yep, simple. Simple, easy, by the numbers. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Make it easy for people to understand. For people that don't understand, say, for example, when we go to, if we go to Creality Print, if we go over here and we hover around the support raft interface, it gives you that information. A window pops up and tells you what that is. It gives you a definition of what all those things are. And sometimes it ends up having pictures and stuff like that, seam gaps, the whole 9 yards. It gives a wealth of information that I don't have to go and access through some web page or some PDF or some instructions or whatever. Luban does not do that at all, and it's very frustrating. So yeah, you make it less frustrating and you make it easy to use, people will be more apt to use it. What are the odds? Yeah. Let's see, we got to catch up on some comments. Epic says if you use original size, it might not want to upgrade. That's the money game with software. Yeah. Concept says, I never buy into monthly payments. I'm sick of greed from these companies. I'd rather pay a lifetime license fee and be done with it. You and me, same. I totally get it. The streaming software that I'm using is called Ecamm Live, and I bought the lifetime license. I forget what it was years ago. You can't get Ecamm Live on a lifetime license anymore. It is all subscription. So I'm grandfathered into that. So yeah, I don't want to pay more money, but I would rather pay a one-time lifetime license and be done with it. All this subscription stuff is just, it just pisses me off. I don't know. I'm old. Piled 3D says, I suppose relative to how much filament used for massive prints, it's not that crazy. Yeah, that's true. And it depends on how you cut it. Oh, and Splitter just recently came out with, so if I do a big Viking dude, say make him 5'8", and it would cut it up kind of like Luban does, and then it's kind of like in blocks, right? With the connectors and whatever, and you put it all together and you build it, and kind of like a Lego, and boom, you're good to go. But with the Splitter, what they ended up doing is they have a hollow function. So the inside of the model is hollowed to some degree, so you could save a bunch of filament. So on a life-size character, you could probably save, 1, 2, 3 kilos of material instead of printing everything in blockish form. And it hollows it out, and your walls are kind of like this thick or whatever. You can set that to however big, but you're cutting out a lot of filament waste that is not really needed. So again, Splitter's doing a real good job of that, and I think that would be really cool. So I haven't played with that part of it yet, but yeah. Epic says, also, just a side note, you got a sub out of me. Oh, really? Thank you. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Helps the world go round. So I'm retired here in Korea. The streaming thing is just try to have fun with no drama, and all the people here that watch are, a lot of them are smarter than me, so I like that. Try to make me smarter. And then no drama, and yeah, you all turn me on to some really cool stuff, so, like the Splitter program. So yeah, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. Check out Slicer. It's very helpful and free. Oh, really? Really? Okay, see what I mean? People just doing some cool stuff. Stuff that I would never know even existed. Splice, what is it? Splicer? SPLI 3ER. Okay. Let's take a look at this, see what we got. I guess we could pull this up and we'll just do this. Boom. Slicer with a 3. Open source printing toolbox. And it's free. Dun, dun, dun. Try development builds. So let's look at the convert 3D model into printing instructions for your 3D printing. It cuts the model into horizontal pieces or layers, generates tool paths, calculates amount of time. Oh, so this is a slicer program, is what you're talking about? Toolchain readability, Max Linux, G-code generation conversion, auto repair, which is good. Which I've noticed a lot with the Creality Print anyway. For some reason, Creality Print does not do repair. You have to use Creality Print on a Windows machine to do repair. So yeah, that's kind of lacking. Auto repair. SVG export slices, blah, 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 Octoprint. Tools for cutting meshes in multiple solid parts with visual preview. So in other words, you can do some of this stuff. You could cut large models into pieces with this, or is this just a slicer? Epic says it's easier than the built-in cutters. Okay. So we look at that, open source, development. Okay, I like that. Interesting. Again, more cool stuff that y'all throw my way to check stuff out. I will have to check that out. If they have a YouTube page, donate, download, about. I'll have to look that up. Interesting. So thank you for that. I get some cool stuff. Let's see. There's Piled 3D says there's a slicer for Fusion 360 that cuts models up as a separate program. Yeah, the learning curve on 360 is huge. I don't think I have that. Well, I think I downloaded it once and it just kind of frustrated me because it's pretty learning curve, and then there's me, which makes the learning curve even bigger. So, so yeah. But like I said, I would like to do the Viking dude in this, either do the Viking at about 5'8" or do the Hulk. And I got the Hulk in the background, you can see back there. So, and Piled 3D says, yeah, it's not part of Fusion. So it's like a plug-in thing. I totally get that. Yeah. I'm terrible at Fusion. Maybe it's because I'm old. But this is the Hulk that I want to do. So this is the Hulk guy, and this is resin printed. And this is my favorite Hulk character. This right here. I love this. And imagine this being, 6 feet tall, that would be a huge print. It would be awesome. And this I ended up doing. This is all airbrushed, except for the pants. But yeah, all the highlighting and all that stuff, it turned out really good. I put some wash on there, and yeah, it just ended up raw. But imagine doing this guy. It's either going to be this guy or it's going to be this guy. So I'm not sure. I really, really like the Hulk. I think the Hulk is going to win out, but it's so damn big versus this, you know, the Ivor guy. But then I like the Viking dude. So I don't know. So many decisions. And again, this is going to be a bucket list thing of building at least one big print. So, and it's going to be in our apartment. I don't know. We'll see. Epic says, I wish I could paint like that. I didn't know how to paint either. You know, retired, and we've been here over 3 years, and I just started watching an inordinate amount of YouTube videos. I started out with some small Warhammer figures, and then those were overly expensive, so that's what got me into resin printing. Started doing that, and then learning how to paint, and then I started getting into 3D printing and stuff like that, and now, you know, did some laser engraving stuff. Let's see, he comes up with a question. Your thoughts on paint markers. Paint markers could be pretty good. The only problem with paint markers is the fact that the tip of the paint marker, you're going to be limited by the size of the tip. So if I ended up wanting to get some real good detail with a paint marker, I wouldn't be able to get deep into the cracks and the crevices unless it just kind of spills out. But some of the stuff I've seen on paint markers are pretty good. And I have used Sharpies on some models and gotten some good results for like the metallic colors and shapes and things like that. But yeah, it's I think there's a place for it. And if you don't want to, let's say you're doing tabletop gaming. Let's say you do one-page rules, or hell, you're even doing Warcraft or D&D or whatever, and you've got some models and you just want to get them on the table, but you don't want them in the color of shame, paint markers would be a quick, fast way to do it. So I would say that. What I really like is the speed paints. Holy crow, do I like speed paints. So I started out with the Army painters, and then I got their airbrush paints, and then I got the Speed Paint 2.0. Speed Paint 2.0, black, put black on your model, you're good to go. And then you do the white zenithal on there from like a, 45 degree or whatever angle that is as you're going down with the white. And then you go over and you do the speed paints. Holy crap, that has got some incredible results. Matter of fact, let me show you on how well the speed paints look. Now I spent probably way too much time on this, but that is all speed paint. About 99% of this is speed paint, except for like the rust and stuff like that. That was like dirty down rust. But yeah, it ends up, I think I get better pictures because it doesn't like zoom in a lot. But all the majority of that was done with speed paints, which is, wow. Let me see if I can find it. So many pictures, so many pictures. It was before we went to Vietnam, so I got to scroll past that. Which we went to Vietnam at the right time, before all those typhoons and flooding hits. Holy crow, we lucked out on that one. I suggest going to Vietnam. Just don't do it when it's hot. Good Lord, I took a lot of pictures. Let's see, where is that guy? Where is he? Somewhere. Getting closer, getting closer. There he is, there he is, there he is. Still not a real good shot, but it's a little blown out on the white and everything. But I mean, take a look at that. And I mean, that turned out really good. It's blown out on the white. I apologize for that. I don't got any better pictures of that, or maybe. But I mean, that was all speed paint. Those are all speed paints on there. Here's some other stuff that I did speed paints on, was that right there. That little dude, that was like a 27 inch or 27 millimeters. I was just learning how to do the speed paint on that. And then we did a speed paint on this dude here. So that turned out pretty good. So speed paints, you can get some really good results. And again, it's just, you know, it just depends. And you could spend a decent amount of time with that, but it's all in the zenithal process. And then those speed paints are kind of translucent, you know, kind of, and it just turned out really, really good. So yeah. Speed paints are really good, but yeah, I imagine paint markers would be good if, you know, you're going to get you're not going to be able to get into those nooks and crannies and everything. But if you look at something like that, the speed paints versus like this guy here, that's a dude that that's just regular paints. So I did the troll there, that's with normal paints. And that turned out really good. But that was like regular paints, and then I used inks and stuff like that. So again, I think it was real good results. I was really happy with that. But compare that to the speed paints, and you know, you couldn't tell the difference, you know, between that. I mean, it's just some really good painting. So the speed paints are really good. And there's not a big learning curve with the speed paints. And the same thing with the with acrylic markers, paint pens or whatever. There's not a big learning curve for that either. So again, the ease of use comes into play. And I don't know, I keep thinking I want to order some of those. We'll see what happens. So let me put these back. So yeah, it's going to look out pretty good. Ned Benton pops up and says, Steve, your talent shows. Well, thank you. Again, in an inordinate amount of time on YouTube. Epic pops in and says, I'm huge into board games and my issues is a shaky hand, so brushes I have so many issues with. Any suggestions? Paint markers. I know when I paint some stuff that I'll set it on instead of trying to hold it and then, you know, paint, because you shake a little bit, try to brace your elbows, have like 3 points of contact. So if you can have the model on something or just have it set up on, I don't know, something like that. Have it set up and then you can brace both arms and then paint kind of like in a straight line down. I get better results like that than kind of holding up and painting where this is moving and this is moving, and I'm getting old and so this thumb kind of shakes sometimes. But or just set it onto the desk and then just paint. And even if you have to hold your hand and then just being able to paint straight down or just come down, that has helped me a lot. So something to try. But with a pen marker, I mean, that could be a good thing. And there's some, I've seen some videos on those paint marker pens that they get some really, really good results. You know, definitely good enough for tabletop games. So Biggs Android pops in, says, hello, everybody. Hello. Piled 3D says, cool. Piled says, could you look at piled CAD? I would love to hear your thoughts on it. Piled CAD. Ledcad. I will pull that up. My CAD is, I'm Tinkercad person. And even Tinkercad makes me scratch my head at times. So we'll see what it does. Piled CAD, Piled 3D CAD multi-tool on stream. Quickly create complex models, then export a step. Let's put this up here. So I'm assuming that's it. Piled, just going shapes and colors. You got the same thing there. So CNC laser cut your designs, made a wide variety, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Interesting. Huh. I will check that out. Interesting. Yeah, my CAD stuff is kind of like to the point of where it's like I'm the Tinkercad person, and it's got to be like big shapes and colors and stuff like that. But I've done some pretty cool stuff. Like, for example, on Creality Print. Let me go through here and do a check-in, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, whatever. And let me do a shameless plug for free items that you can download. So there it is in the, boom. So anyway, I made models using Tinkercad, and you can see a variety of things there. Some of the first things I ended up doing is like airbrush or paintbrush stands, and just kind of did a few other items. I mean, they're not, they need some work. You know, some of them need work, but some of them turned out really well, and all of them are free. So yeah, Army Painter paint rack wall, whatever, you know, some other cool stuff. Yeah, so there's that there. Let's see. Let's go back to this. And Piled says, you click on the wish list button, it will open the main page. Wish list button. Add to stream wish list. Oh, okay. Oh, it's on stream. Okay, I see what you. Oh, interesting. So it's kind of like a container shapes. Okay. It's kind of reminiscent of what I've seen on Tinkercad, but no, this looks like you got a lot more easier control over all this stuff. Let's make this bigger so you can see what's going on here. So you can generate QR codes, which is pretty cool. Shells. Oh, wow. I like that. Oh, nice. That would be nice to use for like making shells for paint racks. Interesting. Interesting. So grid systems, let's see, what else do we got? Like Gridfinity, drawers, whatever. Braille. Interesting. Nice. So a grid generator, grid row, Gridfinity base plate, Gridfinity box, rectangle steps, circle, hex, checkerboard, base, braille, step rotator, blah. And there's more. But wait, there's more. All of that. Man, it's got a lot of stuff on there. Lithophanes, SVG to 3D. More tools and features in the works. Okay, interesting. Well, thanks. I'll have to check that out as well. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, cool stuff. Okay, yeah. If somebody else wants to check that out, let's see if we get the right. I'll just throw that in the comments section for that. So there's the link to that, and I don't know if it'll end up stream. So there's the link for that for that page right there. So if somebody wants to check that out, you can. I'll be checking it out. Cool. Okay, cool. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, thanks for looking. You're welcome. Thanks for bringing that up on the radar. I think that's kind of cool. And again, there's so many things out there, and so many people are making new things, especially when you've got big greedy corporations that are not doing things, and then you have smaller creators or business people, small business that are doing some good stuff. I totally believe in supporting small business and stuff like that. So especially if they got good products. So yeah, I'll check that out. So for me, I got to check that out. The Piled 3D CAD multi-tool, holy crow. And that's just got a bunch of stuff. Yeah, if you could do a slicer program, slice up big STLs into small ones so you could print them off and do that with that as well. Ooh, that would be big. And then the slicer, open source 3D printing toolbox, we looked over that as well. And did I do... That's at slicer.org. So let me throw that link in the comments section in case somebody else wants to take a look at that. So there's that one. And then if you want Luban, we'll throw ahead and throw the Luban one on there. So there's that. And then the splitter, which I'm currently trying. And again, I'm not 100% happy with that, but there is the splitter that I bought. Definitely Luban has a way to go, but splitter's better, but it still has some ways to go. So, and then Piled 3D says you can get a refund if you play less than 2 hours within 2 weeks if you want to try it first. Okay. Yeah, I'm not really, I don't think I've ever done stream. No, I have. I have? I don't know if I did or not. I'm not sure. Interesting. Because usually stream is like with a gaming thing. I think I tried it a little bit, but then I got sidetracked and, retiring early, moving. I didn't really get into stream that much. But yeah, interesting. Piled 3D also says it can slice models, but just simple layers for now. I'm working on some more features. Cool. Yeah. And like I said, I think the biggest problem between Luban and even when we looked at that new splitter program, taking huge models, life-size models, and cutting them up so you could print them on your printer, it's the intuitiveness of it and the usability. The user interface, if it's not easy to use, people are not going to use it. And yeah, I don't know. It's just a thing. Maybe it's just me. Epic says, no, I don't want to go through that whole process. I'm just saying from my point of view, if it's good, I will buy it. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, some people don't mind that. So, and that's 37,500 won. It's not dollars. Don't freak out. So 37, because I'm in Korea, that's why. We divide that by 1470, and so that comes out to 25 bucks. So if is that like a one-time fee? Is that that price there? Let me show everybody what I'm talking about. So we get to this page here. That's the tool. That's with Stream. And is that a one-time price? Buy Piled 3D CAD Multi-Tool. I think it's a buy one price. So in other words, lifetime license, not a subscription fee. I don't know. I'm clueless on Stream or Steam, whatever that is. Steam. Dun, dun, dun. Concept says, yeah, Steam is great. Cool. Piled 3D says, yeah, one time. Okay, cool. I like that. I like that. That would be interesting. 25 bucks. That's not bad. That's not bad. That is not bad at all. And if you pay one price, then you're good. Then I'm good with that. So yeah, let's see. So we've got some reviews there, recommended. Love the energy, really cool multi-tool. Only used a couple of the 21 tool set. Wow, 21 tools for creating 3D printable objects. These same tools can be used for CNC and laser cutters too. Okay, cool. Like the app a lot, useful features. I tried them all. They save me a lot of time. For example, making QR chips or multi-compartment boxes with like the Gridfinity. That would be cool. Yeah. Alrighty. Nice. So there it is. Interesting. Steam. I haven't really done much on that. So that would be a new thing for me. So yeah, there it is. Let's see what other comment we got. Piled 3D says it's about 40 tools now. Wow. That's, holy crow. That's pretty good. 40 tools. That is amazing. So let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Boxes, QR codes. Looks like lithophanes, duct features. Wow. It doesn't, let's go back to this. I want to show you all this. So we go down here. Of course, we got the video, but then let's see if we can make this bigger so everybody can see. So we've got that. You know, it'd be good is if you had like a text here saying what each one of these pictures is. But you can make boxes, stuff like that, the QR codes, that's kind of cool. I'm assuming that's a lithophane. Make your own ductwork, which I need to do, by the way, because I'm doing some evacuation. So I got my paint booth in kind of like a weird kind of room that I would like to be able to take like the 4-inch tubing for the airbrush station and then kind of put that into an AC infinity fan, and something that would make stuff like this would be kind of cool. Okay, cool. That, lithophanes. I'm guessing that's what that is. Oh, the little boxes, not scissoring. We're not talking about that. We're talking about where you can make dividers. That's what I was talking about. So you can do dividers. You can do the shelves, which is pretty cool. You can do some boxes. Looks like different hangers, shapes and colors, bases. Ooh, okay, cool. So you could do insets for items, hanger hooks, braille. I'm not sure what that is. More bases, text tools. Oh, that's kind of cool. So it's got the 2D pile, and then you turn it, rotate, you get, that's kind of neat. Ah, the IKEA. Is that the IKEA? The board, I think it is. Do some signs, shelves. I think that's a Gridfinity clock. Little things there. I guess that's like a cable tray or cable clasp. Shapes and colors, batteries, whatever. Yeah, QR codes. Interesting. Interesting. That's a lot of stuff, bro. That's a lot of stuff. Class or whatever. Wow. Look at that. That is pretty cool. That is not bad. That would be nice. Yeah, that's a lot of cool stuff. Yeah, something to take a look at that. For those STEAM people, and you're into 3D printing and you want to do all the stuff that does, holy crow, that's a lot of stuff. Let's see what else. Epic says, I really want more people into HueForge. Check your email. Yes, definitely. Let me go back. Cool stuff. I asked AI to generate. I just put them into the software, match my filament colors, and printed. So let's kind of throw some stuff. This is what Epic was talking about. And we'll just kind of throw this stuff on the screen. Look at that. Wow. That is pretty cool. That is definitely cool. I like that. Now let's take a look at the next one. So he's got space shuttle going off. Space shuttle-ish, I should say. Oh, and he's got some other cool stuff. Check that out. So here's another one. The HueForge. Is that cool or what? That is some cool stuff. Nice. I like that. HueForge. Just when I thought I didn't need enough stuff hanging on my walls or projects to do, Epic throws in and says, hey, HueForge, here you go. Let's check that out. HueForge. HueForge. I will definitely check out HueForge. And let's see, about examples by, how much is, so it's a separate program is what I'm getting. There it is. So HueForge, $24. It's on sale. Personal use, limited commercial, annual 60, professional commercial, annual, professional lifetime, $350. That's not bad. Personal use lifetime, $24. That's not bad at all. That is cool. So it's its own separate little program thing there. Nice. Polymaker coupon details, Europe and UK. I live in Korea, so I don't know. Diablo came out pretty good, that picture there. All full release versions have the same features. There are no commercial only features. Beta releases are only available for commercial licenses, but once they leave beta, their features go out to everyone. Oh, okay, cool. Nice. What is lifetime? Yeah, because there are some companies that do lifetime. That doesn't mean lifetime. Perpetual usage rights, commercial rights where applicable, 2 years of updates and bug fixes. After that, beta access is maintained with a limited commercial annual purchase. General stable updates with personal use. No further purchase required. You may choose to renew at any time without penalty. So you get 2 years of updates and bugs. So it's not really lifetime. It's 2 years if you want updates. And then so in other words, if you buy it and you keep it and you can use that version of the software for as long as you want, forever, for life. But if you want to get the new updates and stuff like that, it's 2 years. Okay. All right. Still rubs me a little bit the wrong way, but not bad. That is not bad. Interesting. I will definitely check that out as well. And like I said, as if I don't have enough stuff to do already. It is, Let's see, trying to catch up on stuff. That's Epic says the upside is it uses very little filament due to being by layers. And yeah, you got to have some what? Yeah, that's nice. It's not a huge amount. Netventive says, I got the commercial license for HueForge, just played with so far, but expecting to do some things with that. And Epic says, if you want a free version that isn't that good, but Bamboo Labs put out one called Chroma Canvas. Yeah, I just heard about that. So yeah, that's interesting. And in all of this stuff, a lot of companies are jumping on this stuff to try to jockey for position. The next thing I'm waiting for is for some big company to start swallowing up these smaller companies. So, for example, you have Netflix that just bought out Warner Brothers and a bunch of other stuff supposedly. I'm expecting that in the 3D printing world and stuff like this. So one company rule them all. There's 9 rings made for, but one company is going to rule them all eventually. And I think that's what we'll end up seeing is more and more companies are going to jockey for position and maybe buy some other people out or do, bond together or whatever. That should be interesting. Let's see. Concept Gaming says, I find it hard to fork out $350 US when better stuff most of the time replaces it in a short time or something that does the same becomes free. That's true. That's true. And over time, things should get less expensive. But then again, there's the other side of the coin. So, like I said, the Ecamm software that I'm using to stream right now, that allows me to, do the text and, go to the different scenes and stuff like this. And, all of that stuff. I could do some pretty cool stuff with it. I can end up having like this screen that we got here. And then after X amount of time, it'll go through and switch to the next screen, which is, I don't know, it's got a few seconds more. 3, 2, 1, go. Boom, it pops in a little bit. So it's automatically timed. This software is only by subscription now. So I've got the license and I had to pay a chunk of money for it, but I'm grandfathered in. So yeah, there's one side where it's $350, that's a lot. And how many times would I use it? I don't know. But then again, other companies have their free versions, like you said, like on the Bamboo and stuff like that. So there's that. It's just kind of a weird time that we live in, honestly. It's just, things were more cut and dried in the past. Now, subscriptions and this and that, and then technology comes out and everybody's doing it. Whereas before, that really wasn't the case. And now with the software and the things that they're doing, everybody's jumping into it. So yeah, you've got some real good points there. It's just with the cutting up of the large models, yeah, there's not a lot of free stuff for that. Whoever does that and includes a Luban slice, function in their slicer program, yeah, I think that'll be a huge selling point. And but nobody's done that yet. And I'm very surprised that nobody has done that. I'm very, very surprised. So, but it would probably end up being like a subscription fee. Oh, we have this on our slicer, but if you get a subscription fee of $5 a month, you could have it. I don't dig that at all. I don't know. Epic says, you got to wonder if Warner Brothers is having money issues because that buyout was kind of low. I don't know. Well, yeah. It's, I think, people just don't know how to tell good stories. So if you get the characters and the rights to those characters and stuff like that, you still need to have good people come up with good stories for those characters. So huge buyout, but they could just buy it out and just, have almost a monopoly on all of that, and then they could make a bunch of money. But later on down the road, I don't know, is it a quick cash grab, or is it a strategic movement of saying, hey, there's only so many ducks in the pond and we're going to have the majority of them, I don't know. Issues. Have you looked into OBS? Yes, I have, but is woefully, it's Windows. No, I actually had OBS on the Mac, and the learning curve on that was, the intuitiveness on that was just not friendly for me, because I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, so to speak. And then I got hooked on to the Ecamm Live, and it's just like so easy for me to do scenes. I mean, I could do videos, and if I had to, if Ecamm went away, Ecamm Live went away, and for some reason it didn't work anymore, I would be like, no. Wait. That's what I would be doing. So, yeah, OBS, I honestly, I tried it a little bit, but it was so not intuitive that I just threw it up, and that's when I ran into Ecamm Live, and I've been there ever since. Let's see. George pops up and says, come on, George, pop up here. Says, also could spell the death of physical media. I think that ship has sailed a long time ago. I mean, and this is coming from a guy who had not only cassette tapes, but the big ones, and then it went to cassette tapes, and that was amazing when you went to cassette tapes. And then from there, you went to, what was it? DVDs, the CDs. They went to CDs. Then you had the Discman, Walkman player things and all that. And then you got STL, or not STLs, but MP3s. And then you had Napster and all of that stuff. And don't know anybody who downloaded 60, 70,000 songs. No, I don't know at all. And then they started punishing people for that. And then, yeah, now, iPods, iPads, the whole 9 yards. And now it's all streaming and Spotify, this and that, and whatever. And I think Apple lost out on the streaming thing because they just stuck in their streaming service, and their app for that just sucks. I don't know. It just ends up. Let's see what else we got in here. Zombies laughing. Epic Sin says, don't get me started on Mac, PC. I will only own a phone. Figure that out. OBS transitions from streaming, etc., and many other things is free. Some find it hard to navigate, though. I was one of those. I was the hard to navigate OBS. And then when I wanted something simple, scouring the interwebs and YouTube, and I saw Ecamm Live. Was it Ecamm Live? No, actually it was on a web page I saw it. And so then I was like, ooh, Ecamm Live. And then, yeah, it's when you could actually buy the program. And then, of course, more videos on it and stuff like that. It was like, yeah, I've never looked back. I've never looked back at OBS after that. So, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I hear you. Eric says, I still have some betas, Back to Future to single. I've got DVDs, and I don't even have a DVD player. Wife and I, matter of fact, the wife just brought that up a little while back. Are we going to buy a DVD player? Because, yeah, a lot of that stuff is now online. So we got a big bunch of DVDs, but then we also have stuff on like Amazon Prime series or movies that we purchased, which I just found out you don't need to have an Amazon Prime account to be able to still view the purchased things that you have. So if you didn't know that and you're a fellow old person, you can thank me. If you already knew that, I'm an old person. So yeah, you should have known there, old timer. George says, I still like buying physical. I'm an odd duck. Yeah, I mean, my daughter, she's got vinyl records. I don't. Of course, we sold everything. But, I mean, there's something about, and I remember having records in 45s and the whole 9 yards, and taking care of them, don't scratch them. Oh, and, getting the needle on there is just, there's something about having a vinyl collection back in the day. Let's see. Concept CD, then mini disc, and all that stuff. Yeah, the mini disc didn't work out too well, did it? That was kind of like, Same thing with memory. Good Lord. I remember when computers had the 5-inch floppy disks, 5 1/4 inch floppy disks. Now, I remember the computer that we had in the Army, the first computer I had access to. You had a 5-inch floppy for the program, and then a 5.5-inch floppy for saving. And the screen was black with green letters. That was our computer back in the day. Yeah. George says that the sound is richer on vinyl. Of course, you had to have the big rockin' speakers. I had some of those. And then I went to the Bose. Remember the tiny Bose speakers when those came out? And those ended up, people were like, oh! They had what was the commercial? They had the big, giant, huge speakers, and it was playing, and everybody's like, oh, that's amazing. And then they took it off, and there's the small cubes for the Bose. I remember we paid so much money for that. Sounded really good. And now I got a sound bar, and everything's good. You pick up for a couple $100. I don't know. Things have changed over time. Things have definitely changed over time. I mean, if you told me that I would be able to make something like this off some existing files online, I mean, there's no way. I would be like, there's no way. No way. But yeah, and I'm not even that smart. So cool stuff. Cool stuff. Zombie Hunter says, if we can get him up here. Come on, get up here. I never had a floppy. Oh, wait, you're talking about the discs. You got me. Epic says, I grew up with an IBM that was the size of our living room. The size of our living room, and floppies were the size of a 27-inch TV. Those new kids don't know how good they got it. You're old. I thought I was old. George says, I also have an old boombox. Right? Boombox? I remember the boombox. I remember having the boombox with the 2 cassette decks. If you had one, if you had a boombox, you were good. But if you had the boombox with a cassette tape player, and then if you had one that had the 2, you were, that was it. You were the bomb. But yeah, the old boom boxes with how many D-cell batteries? Good Lord, it was like 10 or 12 or whatever it was. That thing was huge. And then the antenna that would crank out, and you put it in there, and you would record songs and make your mixtapes. So you're listening to the radio, and then as soon as the song comes on, you hope that the DJ wouldn't speak over the beginning part of the song, and boom, you record and you make your own mixtapes. The good old days. Concept says that I still have a Commodore 64 with floppy drive somewhere. He says he even has an older ZX81, which used to load games from a cassette tape. Wow, that's wild. Epic says, I'm only 45. See how much tech has changed? Now I'm really feeling old. I'm 59. Let's see. Zombie says my car still has a cassette tape player in it. Yeah. And remember the adapter that you could put into the cassette tape player? Does anybody remember that? Yeah, I remember that. That was like, ooh, you got one of those adapters. Man, that's awesome. Yeah. And then now we've progressed to where you can plug your phone into your car. Hell, now with my iPhone, I just get in my car, it automatically hooks up to CarPlay, play music and whatever. But now, I just saw an article, was a few days ago, talking about how cars are disabling, GM is going to disable the CarPlay. And I saw some people that are like, yeah, you're going to have to subscribe to be able to hook your phone into your car to listen to music. That is insane. I don't know. George says 12, and the neck problems to go along with carrying it. Talking about the boom boxes. I know, right? One arm is always bigger than the other. Maybe it's because of the boombox. I don't know, maybe. My Super MK3 does too. Zombie Hunters, yeah. Still use it in my Supra. Yeah, I got it in my Hyundai. I do the CarPlay thing. And it works out pretty good. I even got the Korean navigation. It works out good. And yeah, I love it. I love it. Can't watch YouTube or Netflix or movies on there. But they do have those plugins where you can do that nowadays. But I don't think I'd want to watch a movie. I'm just happy with the music and driving. I'm happy with that. So. Yeah, so that's what we got going on. Other stuff that we ended up doing was, and we talked about that. If anybody's been in the military, you want something to hear, you want to hear something that'll piss you off? This'll get your goat. Here it is. We end up having suspended Fort Hood doctor jailed as investigation continues into reports he secretly recorded patients. This is kind of near and dear to my heart because my daughter's a doctor, and then it's Fort Hood, so go figure. A doctor under criminal investigation over reports that he secretly recorded patient exams, and I guess he was a gynecologist, because he violated the conditions to remain unrestrained during the legal process. Major Blaine McGraw, a suspended OBGYN at that medical center, detained Tuesday and is being held in pre-trial confinement at Bell County Jail, where Fort Hood is located. There's no evidence to suggest he violated a military protective order related to the alleged victims. But yeah, a patient accused him of recording an exam without her consent. He was suspended from the hospital the same day, thank God. The Army notified roughly 3,000 former patients that is under investigation, so it's all bad. So it goes through, and this is the kicker. It ends up 0.5 terabyte of digital media was collected. That's like more than 100,000 high-resolution photographs and, of course, videos. We need to bring back public hangings. And it's just like, I mean, could you imagine, because we're talking about service members, women, obviously. You're talking about daughters, nieces, granddaughters, wives, aunts, grandmas. We're seeing this guy and getting treatment, and he had the phone in his pocket. Oh yeah, you put your feet up in the stirrups and record, and put it in his thing, and he was recording, and it ends up that one of the victims ends up saying, "Hey, what the hell you doing?" I guess she saw the reflection or something from the screen as he was recording up against his smock or whatever it was, and reported him. Apparently, in the previous hospital when he was at Tripler in Oahu, and I was at Tripler. We were in Oahu. We lived there for over a year vacation as our daughter was going through residency. There was problems with him there. So there's more to this story. It is huge. We just not really happy with that wackadoo. So yeah, he's in pretrial confinement. It's gonna be pretty bad. Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Concept says the same thing. Yeah, crazy. I mean, you're going to get caught. Zombie says, must have been going on for a long time. How did he not get caught early? Well, apparently it was a problem at his last duty station, and it was kind of like there were some accusations, and then it's like, and then boom, he went to Fort Hood. Yeah, it's not looking good for the Army there. Epic Sin says, if my daughter or wife had went to him, I guess I would be in trouble because there ain't no way he gets away from me. Right? I know. Could you imagine that? That's why if you're a woman, get a female OBGYN. I mean, it's not that I'm sexist. just get a female OBGYN and you're good. Have you ever heard of a female OBGYN ever recording or doing some disgusting crap like this? Never, ever. So I'm just saying, if you're a woman, you're watching the stream, get a woman OBGYN. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I would probably be in trouble as well if, because I got a daughter, I got a wife, and yeah, he would have to be in pre-trial confinement because I would find him. That's just, he's probably got a friend of Epstein or Trump or Diddy or... Excuse me. Yeah, that whole Epstein thing, I thought that was kind of funny because then it's like, oh, there's this huge list. And of course, there's probably a ton of politicians and celebrities. And then all of a sudden it's like they arrest Epstein, Epstein's lawyer's there. And it's like, and then Maxwell, what's her face, whatever her name was the pimp type person. All of that comes into play. And then it was like the Epstein list is on somebody's desk and they're going to blow it out. And then suddenly there's no list. And it's like, oh, there's no list. And it's like, so they arrested Epstein. He was sitting in prison. Then he unalived himself because there was no list. And yet his lawyer never even brought up a point in any media saying, oh, there's no list. Come on, there's a list. Everybody knows that there's a list. Yeah, it's just, we need Jack Reacher to deal with him. Exactly. I'm not into vigilante justice, but I like the Punisher show. The first season was really good. Second, with the whole bad guy with the mask and that kind of petered out. That kind of sucked. I need to get back to the visceral Punisher. That's what we need. Hey, we got Maker Viking here. He's back. I know. Hey, check this out, Maker. How does that look? How does that look? Let me get your comment down there. How does that look? So we took that Ivor guy and we combined it with a picture frame in our slicing program, and that turned out pretty good. Get on it with whatever character you want. But I know you like the Viking stuff. Epic says, we all know no matter what side we're on now, there's many politicians on that list. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I'm an independent. So let's just get that right out of the gate. I'm an independent. I like good ideas. I like common sense. There's some stuff on the left I like. There's stuff on the right I like. There's stuff in the middle. And there's some stuff that's way out in left field every once in a while that I like. But with that, yeah, it doesn't, what was it during the Kevin Costner, JFK, the movie by Oliver Stone, and how he was, he brought the case against and how the magic bullet theory and it was a conspiracy and the whole 9 yards. And it ends up, he said, let justice be done though the heavens fall. And I am totally for that. I do not play the game of, oh, well, they were Democrats, so I'm not going to say anything bad about them, or they're Republicans, or I'm not going to, because I'm a Republican or whatever. No, it's if you do stupid, you should get stupid in spades in return. And especially people that are crime-ridden, corrupt individuals. Doesn't matter what side of the fence you're on. I don't like that stuff. Okay. Hey, we got Pure KQ, sup, in the house. And Maker Viking says he does like the Viking stuff. So, ooh, what did I do? Holy crow. I hit a button and everything went bad. Yeah, so that's going to look awesome when this is painted. And the cool thing about 3D printing, you could make this as big as you want. Let's see, Concept says, oh, there is a list, but those in charge are corrupt as hell though. Yeah, there's a bunch of people on the list. There's a bunch of people on the list without it. And like I said, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Zombie says, you could put a really cool pic in the frame behind him of a Viking ship or something. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought about that afterwards. there's probably not a lot of room in here. But yeah, if you do like a background of a ship, or I don't know, a village burning after the Vikings have pillaged the town, you could have them stepping out. That would be really cool. That's a good idea. I like that. I like it. I like it. KQ says, do you pay monthly rent for your apartment? No, I do not, because I bought my apartment. So it is paid off. We are done. 4-bedroom, 2-bath, underground parking, security, grounds, maintenance, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, we bought it. So we have a small monthly payment that we have for maintenance, for like grounds and elevator and electricity and stuff like that. But no, we have no monthly rent. Bing! So that's a bonus. Epic says, agree 100%. So I guess you know what side I'm on. Yeah, if you do wrong, you should be punished. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I would expect the same. Concept says, that's a bit like what it's like them blowing up boats saying that they were stopping drugs entering the border, then they pardon the biggest drug runner. You know, in the world of politics, you don't have to dig deep to find corruption. And, you know, I think we should have term limits. I think we should get back to common sense and good ideas. I don't know. That's just me. But I'm just aghast at... I'm not going to get into politics. I'm an independent now. Let's just put that. Let's put it this way. I've been on both sides of the fence, and now I'm an independent. And yeah, it's just yeah. George says the problem has been so politicized that no one will believe the list is even there or released. No matter who is on it. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. It's going to get to the point of where, yeah, I don't think we'll see the entire list. That thing will stay. It'll go right next to, you know, the JFK files that haven't been released. That probably will never get released. Concept says, 100% agree, man. I just wish more of us had common sense. Right? We don't ask for much. Just little common sense. I don't know. Epic says, so love the Renaissance Festival here in Minnesota. I want to finally cosplay. Any thoughts on what I should print to be cool with everyone else? I don't know. It kind of depends on what you want. Concept says, love that print, man. I'm going to go and play with some models afterwards. You got me keen to create now. So that's awesome. That's what it's about. As far as like cosplay stuff, I'm looking at doing the Doomslayer, but I'm waiting for Galactic Armory to finish with their armor sizing program that they're working on, and it still hasn't released yet. So that's kind of put on hold. So that's when I got into doing the Borderlands stuff because it's kind of smaller. So I'm working on that. Of course, I did the helmets, the Ripper mask, the rifle. I showed that on a previous stream that turned out pretty good. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, depends on what you're interested in. Renaissance Fair, you're looking at medieval. So I don't know if you're into knights or berserkers or stuff like that. There's some pretty cool stuff that you can do. I want to do something big or Viking-ish or berserker type of thing. You know, if it's science fiction type of stuff, maybe like the Doom Eternal Slayer, doing that. You know, if you're going to talk about science fiction, then you talk about, you know, like Warhammer and doing like a Space Marine or stuff like that. I really wanted to do that, but then I've recently been looking over Pepicure files and people that do the larger Space Marine stuff in foam, EVA foam. So I might get into foam stuff instead of printing out 3D stuff, which would be heavier. I don't know. it's all going to be expensive in the end. By the time you finish making and building and cutting and gluing and painting and whatever, it's going to cost you a penny. But, I don't know, find what you love and run with that. Renaissance fair, show up as a berserker, or show up as a space marine, or show up, it doesn't really matter these days. The cool thing is, eventually I want to get a big armor suit, and I want to do a cosplay here in Korea. They got some Halloween stuff. I missed it this last time, but they got a few things going on, and I'm 59, so I'm still a little nervous about that. But I want to get a kick-ass looking armor and go and do one of those things at least once. That's on the bucket list. And then we'll see where it goes from there. But it's got to be good. I don't want to like half-ass it and be like, oh, well, I got a big sword and I got a 3D printed helmet and chest plate, but then I got bed sheets from, the dollar store as a cape. I don't want to do that. I want to, if I do cosplay, I want to do it right. And I want to do it good. So that kind of holds me back. Yeah, let's catch up on some stuff here. Let's see, where we're here we are. Yeah, I'm totally independent also, best way to be. And I got friends from both sides, so there's that. I have a claptrap tattoo, so I also love BL. Got that, and Adventon pops in and says, looking at expanding filament like foam, but printed. Or the TPU printed armor that is flexible. I've seen some of that. Holy crow, that looks wild. Let's see. Oh, Ferrith has popped. He's back, still streaming. I'm in my food coma. He's probably sitting there with his belly up, pants undone, all full. Ferrith says, you just have to do one outing, and then you'll be fine. Everyone is nervous the first time around. Yeah. My wife is like, she's like, you want to do what? I'm like, yeah, I want to build this big armor thing. And she just rolls her eyes and I don't know. She puts up with me. She's a keeper. She thinks I'm a keeper. Piled 3D says, do you visit Japan? I've had some crazy cosplay 3D printing events there. No, I was there a long time ago, but we're planning on going to Japan to visit and do some hot spring stuff. But I was looking through cosplay events here in Korea. So they got like PopCon here in Korea, which is once a year. I think it's September, October-ish. I think it was September this last year. But Japan has some things, and that's right across the water. It's not too far away. So that has kind of piqued my interest. Maybe checking out some stuff in Japan. Do a trip, spend a couple of nights, no big deal. Wouldn't be that bad. Nefertimur, hey, have you read the Jerusalem Talmud or Babylonian Talmud in its entirety? If not, try it and relate back to Epstein's situation. Very revealing. I haven't read through the entire Talmud. Jerusalem Talmud, Babylonian Talmud, kind of same thing but different. There's a ton of, the Talmud is massive. It is incredibly massive. But during my time, I have referenced and read a lot of Talmud in my previous life, and getting from the dietary to this to that. Very, very interesting. But as far as back to the Epstein files, how that relates back to that, I'm not sure where that would be. But very, very, very interesting on what the sages of old in regards to Judaism and Orthodox Judaism, and how the rabbis who now suddenly back then have the voice of God and everything, and now whatever they say is considered biblical. Very, very interesting things. Very interesting. But no, I haven't read the whole thing. That is huge. Maker Viking says hello to Pyle. Pyle says that. Zombie Hunter says TPU is great for joint parts like a neck piece. Yeah, I can see that. Ferrith says in his food coma, definitely on the couch, pants undone. That's for amateurs. I have stretchy sweatpants. You, sir, have won the internet today with that comment. That is good. I like that comeback. That's why I like everybody here. You all can take a joke, and it doesn't matter if you're left, right, center, whatever. The relationship is important. And like I said, I've got friends, back in the States, I had friends that I knew, people that I acquainted with on a regular basis who are not only atheists, but a couple of Satanists as well. So, and, Christians and Mormons and whatever it is, some Muslims and the whole 9 yards with Islam. What was the Rastafarian? I forget the name of that. Of course, pagans and all of that. Ishtar, Wiccans, some very cool people. The only people I don't like are the people that can't separate the thing that they like or do, and if somebody else doesn't do the same thing that they like or do, that they hate that person. I don't like people like that. So, I mean, you can put cheese on your spaghetti or you don't, and that's totally fine. And if you like it, that's good. If you don't like it, or you do like it, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But just don't hate me because I don't exactly like everything that you like or do. So, yeah, it's a big world, and we don't have enough time to be hateful. Look for the good things. I guess be a decent human being. That's all I got to say. Let's see. Concept says, yeah, helps to have a good supportive partner when you own a 3D printer. I guess to them, the more we build, the more jewelry they can buy later on. For me, you keep my hands busy, it keeps me out of trouble. Because what was that old adage, lazy hands or idle hands are the devil's workshop? Yeah. We got somebody else. Main auto repair service. Did you move from the States to live permanently in Korea? If so, can you expound on the process? Well, welcome to the stream. And the answer is yes. Basically, the short of it, my wife has Korean ancestry. Korea has visas that would allow her, because she became an American citizen, to come back on a visa here in Korea. As her spouse, they have a Korean visa. It was an F1 visa. They just relabeled it an F3, but the wife has an F4 visa. So we sold everything. House, cars, guns, ammo, and a bunch of prepping food and the whole 9 yards. We sold everything, including the junk in the kitchen junk drawer. We put stuff in a couple of suitcases. Eventually, we ended up here in Korea. We came here on a tourist visa because we wanted to give ourselves an out. As soon as we landed, and we spent a number of years prior to doing this, we had been in Korea many times. So it ends up, we put in and applied for the F1 and F4 visa, got approved 2.5 months later, and with the sole purpose of retiring overseas. So we knew that we wanted to retire over here, expenses were half, and there it was, boom. Yeah, 2.5 months, we got our Korean registration card, which is kind of like a green card. And we've been here just over 3 years. And yeah, we're loving it. Bought our apartment, got a car, got a bank, all of that stuff. We're good to go. So cell phone service. Yeah, so that's it. It was, we had a Korean immigration lawyer. So we hired the immigration lawyer to help us do the application for the visas, and I think it was like $550 for both of us. So, yeah, it is pretty easy. And then we're going to buy another apartment here, and we'll rent that out, and we'll get some more money. And then when I hit 62, I should make enough money to get the F5 13 visa, which is like a permanent resident visa. So I just don't make enough for the income level right now to apply for that permanent visa. So we just renew our visas and we're good to go. So yeah, Piled asked, how long have you lived there? 15 years altogether, but this last time as being retired has been just over 3 years. So yeah, it's been pretty good. Can I speak fluent? Fluent is a hard language, but I can speak a little bit of Korean. Hangukmal chokomarayo, and it means I can speak a little bit of Korean. I can ask for the bathroom, like 화장실 어디서요? 미국 사람 Steve Wilson입니다. So I'm an American, Steve Wilson. I can order beer, food, bathroom. I can do some conversational stuff like 어떻게 지내십니까? How are you? Things like that. When they start speaking fast, that's when I lose it. And to be honest with you, I should know more Korean than I do. I can read it, but my vocabulary is small. So I can go down the street and I can read all the signs, store signs and everything. I can read Korean, but my vocabulary is small. And when you get into conversations, my Korean is lacking, but I can make it. So I should be making it a little bit more than what I do, but it is what it is. But I spend all my time talking with you all, so, and printing and painting, so yeah, not missing much. And then there's always the old go-to, the translator on the phone. So yeah, it ends up as pretty good. Let's see what else we got here. So fluent enough to get around if I needed to. Yeah, it is what it is. So, let's see. Epic says, I want to move. Yeah, it's good. It's just Korea doesn't have like a real retirement visa like other countries, like Thailand or Philippines or Portugal or, that have dedicated visas for that. So Korea is kind of a niche thing, and the only reason that we're here is because of the wife's ancestry. So there's very few of us. There's a handful that I've met here. And I've done videos on our, leaving the United States and coming to live in Korea. And some other people who are in the same or similar situation have left the United States and came to retire in Korea as well. So it's kind of fun. I got people talking about pineapple and olive pizza is good. Really? Pineapple? I could take it or leave it. I wouldn't order it specifically for me. Zombie says, George, take off the olive and it's a good pizza. I won't turn down pizza. If it's got pineapple and it's offered, I'll eat it. Let's see. I was attacked by a Korean odyssey when I used to date my American husband. Oh, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. That's not good. Attacking people, that's not good. George talks about the pizza being sweet and salty. Yeah, I'm more of a meat lover's pizza person. Yeah. Grim pops in, says pepperoni on pizza. The little trash icon. Epic pops in. He says, any worried about being kicked out, or do they embrace you? I know when I traveled abroad, I would say I was Canadian. No. Of course, I'm 6'2", 260 pounds, so nobody really says anything to me. So there's that. But no, honestly, am I worried about being kicked out? No. Under the current visa system, I don't have any problems. I don't get in trouble. I don't get traffic tickets. I don't do stupid. We do our thing and we blend into society. We're close to a U.S. military base, so we blend in well. So yeah, we got that going on. But if the immigration laws change, and for some reason they say no, we don't want any foreigners whatsoever, I guess we'd have to move. So that's why we're kind of looking for a plan B. I don't know. I thought it would be the Philippines. I thought it was going to be Thailand, but Thailand's got a bunch of problems going on. So it will definitely not be Thailand. Definitely won't be Mexico. Too much cartel stuff, too much corruption in Thailand. Political instability in Thailand is bad. Immigration, left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So Philippines maybe, But that would be if I was like in BGC, Eastwood City, or maybe Cebu. I don't know. It would have to be one of the big ones. Maybe Makati, the big built up areas, Manila or whatever. But yeah, I'm not worried about it. And honestly, we run into Koreans. Of course, the wife's family, they all love me to death. That's not a problem there. But we're retired. Everybody else is still working, so we don't get a lot of interaction, and we don't get any flack from me being a foreigner. We just haven't experienced that. So yeah, it's still good. It's still good. Ferretha says pineapple and ham is the goat. I don't do a lot of pig, but again, if it was offered, it's not bad. But I'm more of generally a meat lover's pizza person myself. Maker Viking says, did you get a chance to look at Tinker Atlas? Yes, I did. Matter of fact, I still have it up on here. So I've been looking over that a little bit. I haven't signed up yet, but I'm planning to. We'll see. I'm mostly on Facebook. Of course, obviously on YouTube. Facebook is just kind of a little thing. I've got a page on there, but it's just for like belonging to 3D printing groups and some cosplay stuff and some other, local military stuff. But but the Atlas, Tinker Atlas, I'm going to take a look at that and see if it's, I don't know. People are like, oh, you should get on Discord and join this Discord group. I really just don't get the Discord thing. It just seems like another forum, and as if I don't have enough to do already. So I don't know. Let's see. We get a comment pops up, says Korean people used to be against international dating marriage back in the day. That is absolutely true. My wife and I, we have been we've been together over 35 years. So yeah, back then when we got married, it was bad juju. It was not good, because especially being married to a GI, there wasn't really a good reputation that came along with that, because a lot of GIs were stupid. But now, being married to a foreigner here in Korea, it's kind of like the thing. They got TV shows. They got people that are married to Koreans and married to foreigners on Korean TV and the whole 9 yards. So it is went from one extreme to the other. And so again, that could probably have something to do why we still get looked at. I still get looked at because I'm a foreigner and I'm big. But as far as there's no, I guess it's not like what it used to be, because it really was, people were really against any type of interracial marriages. So, got to keep those hands busy. Yes, I know. Korean Odyssey just followed us and called me a biatch for dating a white guy. Sorry to hear that. There's still some old dumb people. I'm just glad I'm old and I'm not one of those dumb people. But just realize some people are just old and stuck in the mud. They just don't see what's going on, and yeah, it is what it is. Concept says, we're going to catch up on comments, that's the nice thing of being over 6 feet, especially in many Asian countries. Yeah, but there's a lot of big Koreans here too. Ned Venom, looking for ultrasonic knife. Any suggestions? No, but if you do find one, let me know, because I've been looking for one and they're just terribly expensive. So I'm kind of waiting for the price to come down. I don't know. Maybe I need to go to Japan and pick one up there. But yeah, the ultrasonic knife, I would love to have one of those. So I'm still in the market for that. So if anybody else, if you got a good one, put it in the comment section. Awesomeness. Yes, awesomeness. Concept says, Thailand has so much corruption, very nice country, such a shame. I know, right? And the legal problems that they got going on with their immigration, foreigners that have visas are getting their bank accounts closed or frozen, and then the problems with Thailand and Cambodia, and now it's Thailand is having problems with Myanmar. It just, might be a nice place to visit, but it doesn't seem to be a retirement destination for us. So, yeah. Concept says, even big Russian mafia in Thailand, apparently. Yes, yes, I have, yes. Seems like little Russia. Since the Ukraine war started, all of them went to Thailand. Holy crow, it's amazing. I like Discord for video hangouts with friends. Really? I just really haven't gotten into Discord. Maybe it's because I'm old. I don't know. Epic says, is the conversation of money good for us? Money to Korean? Also, do they make good electric cars? Conversion for money good for us? Oh yes, conversion rate is very good for us. Going from US dollars to won, the exchange rate is currently, I think it's like 470 to the dollar. Let me pull that up. Korean won to USD. Let's see what the current is. 1473. So 1,473 won to the dollar. And that is really, really good. Because usually normal would be around 1,200 won to the dollar. But yeah, Korea's getting spanked. So if you have US dollars and you convert it over to Korean won, you're basically making 10, 15%, just a guesstimate. So in other words, your dollar is going to go farther. So yeah, it's a good thing for us. It's bad for Koreans as a country or a Korean citizen, but it's good for us because that's how we get paid. So yeah, the conversion rate is really good for us right now. So we're buying, we buy won, and yeah, it's expected to go up to 1,500 won. Do they make good electric cars? It seems like it. There's a lot of Teslas here, but there's a lot of Korean electric cars. They've got matter of fact, they just put chargers in our apartment complex in the underground parking, and they're pretty taxi drivers. Got the Korean car companies have got their electric cars, and they are very nice. They're very nice. I still got a gas guzzler, but maybe, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of having to charge and getting less mileage than I can with my car. So if they figure that out, maybe I'll go for an electric car. George says, I use Discord only to talk to a couple of friends. Other than that, I have no use for it. There are hundreds of 3D printing Discords. I can imagine. There's probably thousands. Maker Viking says, I got 2 servers myself, one for the Maker Viking stuff I do and one for Tinker Atlas. I don't know, maybe I need to get into it. As if I got enough time. And I'm retired. I want one, but I don't know how to use it. I'm kind of right there with you. Maker Viking. We do daily hangouts in my server, talking 3D printing and lots of other stuff, and some gaming stuff like PUBG. Cool, that's nice. Neftamer says, Koreans have a secret relationship that goes back through Mongolian and backwards that's never talked about. No, it does. I don't know if it's not talked about. My wife, she has told us, and through her family history, which goes back 1,000 years or whatever, that their family comes from Mongolia. So I don't know if it's a secret thing. I mean, at least not with my wife's family. They all know it stemmed from Mongolia. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah, interesting. Maker Viking says, I would love to go to Korea one day. Seems pretty nice country. Yeah, it is. It's nice. I don't get people that are like, ooh, they're so overwhelmed. They're so like starstruck with Korea. Oh, K-drama and K-this, and oh, I want to go to Korea. Oh, it's like, of course, I was never like that with any country. So maybe it's just me. But there's different parts of Korea. There's parts of Korea that are modern, like Seoul, or, some different places where it's like totally new. And then there's other places that are not so new, and places that are kind of run down, and places that are, it's different, obviously. It seems kind of like you have some of the buildings and stuff, it seems like kind of a 70s and 1980s type of vibe to it. And then you've got the Korean customs and courtesies and the food and all of that stuff. It just makes for a very eclectic and a very unique type of place to be in. But I will say that Koreans have a lot of respect. They're hardworking. We have never felt unsafe here in Korea whatsoever. I love the fact on public transportation, everybody's quiet, especially on the trains. I love that. Korean food is the bomb. It's just, we like it here. We really like it here. So, dun, 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 dun. Let's see. We're going to catch up. Here we go. Pile 3D. Cybertruck is available in Korea now. I know. I've seen a few of them. I don't like the Cybertruck myself personally, but I've seen a few. And the problem with the Cybertruck in Korea is they are so big. And if you have like an Escalade or an oversized vehicle, parking is a pain. And man, I'm so glad I don't have a large vehicle. Let's just put it that way. It makes it so much easier to have a smaller vehicle. Ferrith says, mainly use Discord to hang out with friends and share pictures, like the voice channels. Okay, so cool. I've never done that, so I don't know. Zombie says, I just started using some filler flyer putty in a can and I'm liking it. Cool. Maker Viking says, yeah, I went from Hangouts on YouTube to Discord, a bit more relaxed setting. Cool. I didn't even do Hangouts on YouTube. I don't even know what that is. Seriously? Am I that old? Am I getting that old? Let me see. Hangout on YouTube. I didn't even know that was a thing. But then, I don't know. Informal live streamers where creators chat, audience, so in other words, what we're doing. But it's not like it's not like a Zoom meeting. It's just live streaming, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I ever did. I just kind of do the streaming thing or whatever. Concept says, the funny thing is countries having to burn even more coal and fuel just so they have more energy to charge stupid electric vehicles. That is true. And yeah, you got to get the energy from somewhere. And unfortunately, that's through fossil fuels. And I've been saying, even the phrase fossil fuel is a misnomer. The way I was taught when I was a little, knee high to a grasshopper or whatever, is that there was a bunch of dinosaurs on the planet. Then the dinosaurs died, and then they got covered up they're buried by a bunch of dirt, and it compressed, and then all the pressure made oil, and that's where we get fossil fuels. It's dead dinosaur compression made into oil, and there was a limited amount of oil because you have a limited amount of dinosaurs. I was like, okay, well, that's a thing. Okay, so in the 70s, I know I'm dating myself, and the gas lines and all that during Carter and so on and so forth, people lined up for blocks to try to get gas, and it was terrible. Interest rates were bad. And then it was like, well, we should have ran out of oil by now because I don't think there were that many dinosaurs. And then decades ago, ran across some information, and it was like, yeah, I really don't think fossil fuels are from dinosaurs. I think it's a recurring byproduct of the earth and what the earth does in the inside, the core, and whatever. I don't know if they got unicorns or dwarves making oil under the crust. Maybe it is, whatever it is. But I think it's a reoccurring thing. So I don't think we're going to run out of fossil fuels. I don't think there's fossils that were dinosaurs that were made into fuel. I don't think that's how it works. I think it's a reoccurring thing. But they said it was it said it was a fossil dinosaur-based thing, and we're eventually going to run out. And I don't know. You can get in all kind of conspiracy theories, but I don't think that's one of them. I don't think it was. Yeah. And it's funny because actually when here's a story talking about going back to what Concept said about, you have to burn more coal or fossil fuels to charge up your electric vehicle. When we were on Oahu at Tripler, When we were there, I was there for a doctor's appointment, and there was a Tesla, and it had a little trailer that had a gas-powered generator. I swear to God. With a gas can. And then you all saw the pictures of like charging stations, and then it was hooked up to a big diesel generator that generated electricity so people could charge their cars. Pile 3D says, highest percentage of online delivery in Korea. Yeah. Do a lot of delivery here in Korea, that's for sure. You can get pretty much anything delivered in Korea. Fairtha says, Asia is still on my list. Wait a second, that's the wrong one. There it is, Fairthus. Asia is still on my list to visit, but then again, I'm 10 years in the U.S. and haven't made it to the Grand Canyon. You need to get busy there, Fairthus. You need to get to the Grand Canyon. I've been there 3 times. And I was born there. Zombie says it just gave a piece of second coat of it and it's coming up beautifully. Oh, talking about that, the stuff he was talking about, the can and the whatever. Trying to catch up on Concept says, my brother owns a Tesla Model 8. I'm 6'1" and can't even sit in the back. In comfort, I end up with a crook in my neck. That's like for most cars for me. But yeah, I get it. Viking Maker says, it was a bunch of people on stream and people in chat. Oh, okay. Alrighty. Oh, okay. Yeah. For the YouTube Hangouts. I got it. Hey, thank you. Piled says, it's still more efficient overall, even if no renewables are used, but more will be online in the future. That's true. And I think the biggest hurdle is battery capacity and the distance that you can drive. Personally, I wouldn't get an electric vehicle until it hits, you can get much larger range for the batteries. Because like right now, 150 miles, 200, 300 miles, I think if they get way surpassed distances for your battery capacity and it's way more than what you get with a gas-powered vehicle, I think that will appeal to a lot more people. And even if it gets to a point of where it's kind of like China, did you see? I don't know. In China, they had this guy. He's a Chinese American. He's in China. He's living in China now, and he's driving a Chinese electric car, BYD. And to recharge his battery, he pulls into this station, and then it, by magic, wireless, it takes his car, pulls it in, it pulls the battery pack, and puts in a brand new one. And in a matter of less than 5 minutes, he has a fully charged battery because it does the battery swap thing. How come we don't have that in the United States? I don't know. And it was dirt cheap. So yeah, that's the thing in China. And it's not that I'm a big Chinese fan. Well, since most of our stuff is made in China, but I thought that was really interesting. You need to have more of an infrastructure that works like that will appeal to more people and make it, and again, the battery capacity, I think that's the biggest thing for me. So, but yeah, until then, I'm going to drive gas. I don't like breathing in car exhaust. Yeah, I get that. I totally get that. The thing that they came out with here in Korea and other countries as well, why are we even doing electric? Let's do hydrogen. You burn hydrogen, you make hydrogen out of water, because you can't destroy water. You make hydrogen out of the H2O. You got that. You burn that as fuel, and anything that comes out of the tailpipe is water. Korea has a car that does that. And so that's an alternative energy that I could get behind, because you can't destroy water. The byproduct is water. They had this car, and then the exhaust was going into like this big bubble with a guy on a bicycle. It's breathable air. So that seems cool for me. So yeah, if we're going to talk about car exhaust, let's go hydrogen and do that. Don't get me wrong, I have a few ICE race cars, but I'm really interested in electric for daily commute. Yeah, I can see that. It makes sense. If you're just look at the scooters we have. There's a ton of electric scooters here in Korea. And I've seen a bunch in the streets before we left, but it's really big here. So people are going back and forth to work on electric scooters. easy to charge. They get the mileage, even though it's limited. They can do that. But I think with some advancements in batteries, in capacity, that'll increase it even more. Ferrithus says, oil is from plant matter that takes thousands of years to convert. We aren't running it for a while. It just gets more expensive to extract. That's true. Fracking, it definitely makes it a lot better. I still think it's probably a renewal. The earth it's a byproduct of the earth and what goes on underneath. I don't think it's totally plant matter, because I think we would have run out by now. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I'm not going to die. It's not something I would fall on my sword for. But I know they're not dinosaurs. Piled 3D says, I want an electric van to drive my 3D printers around in. Yeah. Oh, did you see the guy? There's a guy showing up at like the 3D thing. He's wearing the backpack. He's walking around with a battery and it's printing as he's walking around. I thought that was kind of neat. Let's see. Ferrithus says, I drive an EV since 2018. 300 miles of range is a sweet spot. If you can charge at home, it's a no-brainer to charge every few days or overnight. Yeah, that's true. Piled 3D says, it's an interesting idea, but the costs don't add up. Tesla used to do that. Zombie Hunter says, because they want to charge ridiculous money for new batteries. Well, yeah, it's what is it, like $20,000, $30,000 to replace the batteries. But I'm talking about in the Chinese thing, the BYD car, dude pulled in and it took out the entire battery pack and put in a new battery pack. And that was part of the package that he bought. So it was free, basically. So it's a lot less expensive. And then the other thing in China that I've been researching and looking is that they have an overabundance of EVs. And so the prices of those cars are going down. You can get an EV in China for like $8,000. Good luck doing that in the United States. So price comes into play as well, as far as trying to get people into EVs as an alternative vehicle. But, when you got a Tesla, it's $140,000. There was an article I read that was talking about a dude bought a Tesla, 2 years old, had 35 or 37,000 miles, tried to sell it. It depreciated down to $69,000 or $70,000. So it's like he lost half the value right there. I don't know. It just, yeah. Zombie says, because they want to charge money ridiculous for new batteries. Yeah, we did that. Eric says, the real question is, how do we not have bullet trains in a country that was built on the railroad? Because I think everybody, it was the house, what was the American dream? The house, the car, kids, 2.5 kids and a dog. Everybody wanted their own car. And I think that's where that came from. Whereas public transportation is more of a thing in overseas countries. In America, we want to do stuff a little bit different. So I don't know, maybe that was it. Concept says, I love it at holiday seasons, watching all the queue of electric vehicles waiting hours upon hours to charge their cars in the heat of the sun. Like I said, the Tesla with the generator on the back, that was hilarious. Let me see. Now, I don't have it. Anyway, let's see. Yeah, and that brings something else to mind, is the infrastructure for charging stations. I know that's kind of a big thing as well. So I think Ferrithus is right. I think for or other people that think this way, as a daily commuter back and forth to your job, as long as it's not too far, electric vehicles are a good thing. They work. They depreciate a lot. They cost a lot of money. But eventually the price is going to come down. It's just amazing how inexpensive they are in China. So hydrogen for passenger for passenger cars is BS, makes the EV so much more complex. You also need all the gas station infrastructure, right, before you sell the first H2 cars. So yeah, there's obviously the infrastructure. He hit the nail on the head with that. But it's interesting on how Korea is working towards that. And I think, they can get it to where it's like, what was it, a couple of minutes to fill up your vehicle. And then the range, I want to say, was 500 kilometers, which is Korean. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Hyundai's new hydrogen car sales hits about 7,000 units. And this is it from back in August. 7,000 units since launch. The sale of hydrogen popped up. The new model's driving range is 720 kilometers on a single charge and high efficiency powertrain with maximum motor output of 150 kilowatts. So to promote the hydrogen cars, Hyundai Motor provided 32 Nexo SUVs as protocol vehicles. But I mean, that's 720 kilometers. That's pretty good. But again, like Ferrith has pointed out, the infrastructure for those things is something that needs to be overcome. And I think that's where it ends up, like with, gas vehicles. That infrastructure has been there forever and a day. So I wouldn't say they're BS, but I think if the infrastructure, that's going to be a ton of money to do. But if you do that, it's definitely much cleaner compared to electric car. Zombie says, cars are a money pit. Yeah, let's just go back to horses. Never buy cars new. I've never bought a new car, ever. They were always used. Even the car we have now is used. Ferrith says, with DC chargers getting faster and faster, battery swap is just not worth it anymore. Swap takes 5 minutes. In that time, I can supercharge a battery from 5 to 40%. Really? Wow. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Besides battery capacity, how fast you can charge. But yeah, I didn't know a supercharge could go from 5 to 40% in that time. In 5 minutes? Really? Wow, that's impressive. How much does it cost? And is it a subscription service? That's, I guess. Let's see. George says, even if they did the switch in the U.S., electrical is outdated and can't handle it. Yeah, the grid can't handle it. All you have to do is look at California. I lived in California. We would have brownouts and this was long before electric vehicles. So California would get brownouts because the electrical grid is just not there. And yeah, more and more people are getting electric cars, which is great, pollution-wise, I guess. But if you're still burning coal and fossil fuels, you're just not burning it in the car. So you're burning it at some other location. So I don't know if it's a thing. But yeah, it's that's kind of wild. But definitely the grid is it is so lacking. Ferrith says used EVs are super undervalued right now because people being afraid of the battery crapping out after 10 years. Modern batteries last 400,000 miles. Unless it gets damaged. There was a guy who was driving down the road, something, boom, hit up into his vehicle. And what was it? Almost $20,000 to replace his batteries. And Tesla's like, nope, it's all on you, bro. So it's a trade-off. But then again, you have people driving down the road, something goes into their engine, and you have similar circumstances. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. But yeah, it's and Tesla's not the only dog in the yard, so there's that. Epic says, YouTube channel out of spec shows what electric cars are able to do. I'm still thinking of buying a Mustang Mach-E. Wow, that'd be interesting. I don't know. I'm just kind of old school with Mustang. Mustang and electric car, I just can't put those two together. I just can't. My favorite Mustang would be a 69 Mustang. I don't Ferrithus says 7,000 hydrogen cars, and you better hope to have an H2 gas station wherever you go. I can charge anywhere where there's an outlet. That's true. That's true. But Korea's small, so it doesn't have a big a hurdle as the United States has, as being the huge country that it is. You know, you got 350 some odd million people, is monstrously big compared to Korea. So the infrastructure is, I think they're looking down the road for the long game. And if they can get some charging stations, again, we're talking such a small landmass. I'm really, that is going to be interesting, because I actually, when I was in the United States, I had a little Datsun. Was it Datsun? No, it was a Ford. A little Ford Ranger is what I had. And at that time, I had been reading up on, hydrogen fuel cells and the whole 9 yards. And so what I ended up doing is actually making a hydrogen fuel cell. I put it in my little Ford Ranger, and I ended up getting, and of course, weather is dependent upon weather and things like that. But I would get 6 to 8 miles per gallon improvement when using hydrogen that was pumped into my little, Ford Ranger. So, it would depend. Of course, if it was colder, it wasn't insulated or anything, and there were some other things that could have been much better. But yeah, it was kind of interesting to see, generally around six miles a gallon improvement on my little Ford Ranger with my hydrogen cell thing. So that was kind of cool. I thought that was neat. But yeah, where's this, where's the refuel station going to be? That's going to be the kicker. I mean, 7,000, is it going to be at gas stations? It's kind of like, reminds me of the LPG vehicles. And they have those in Korea as well, vehicles that run on that gas. And there's a number of those stations. But yeah, that would be the thing. I would definitely hope, I would want a hydrogen car, but again, it would have to be, is there a refuel station close by? And if it goes, good Lord, 720 kilometers? So that's 447 miles. And Korea is like, let's see, how many miles from DMZ to Busan? Dun, dun, dun. It's about 250 miles. So yeah, that wouldn't be bad. That wouldn't be bad. But it depends on, where's the station at? Is there going to be a backlog? The infrastructure, it is definitely, that comes into play. So I'm kind of watching that. Yeah, there's no way I'd buy an H2 vehicle now. Let's see. Epic says, in reality, hybrid option is the real option, but automakers don't want to embrace that. I know many people that have Prius that are 400,000 miles with no issues, and the ICE motor part is in great shape. Piled 3D says everything electrical is inevitable. The grid will be forced to catch up. Yeah, they're going to have to. What we need are more nuclear plants. That seems to be a thing. I mean, I wouldn't be averse to that. If you can do it safely. We don't want like another Japan thing that happened. It is still causing problems. Let's see. The creation of batteries is worse fuel at this stage. Quick charging ruins longevity of the battery as well. Batteries also don't like the cold and don't hold a charge. So many negatives. And yeah, but these are the concerns that they've had with batteries over in the past. Those things have been overcome. It took a while to do that, but we're getting to a time now where technology is advancing at such a fast rate that some of those things are probably going to be overcome. So that could be a thing. Veritha says, hybrid is a crutch. You have all the maintenance problems with gas and electric, and is usually so low power that it's not worth it. You'd have to do the numbers on that and see. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Veritha says, even if the grid was all fossil fuels, EVs would be advantageous because you can turn fossil into electricity much more efficiently. Get back up there. In a plant than into kinetic energy of your gas engine. And there is the pollution aspect as well, kind of tailing on to that, is that usually the big burning plants in the United States have better filtration systems than what we see in cars, though car pollution isn't as bad as what it used to be. But yeah, it's interesting. Piled says they lose charge if you use them or not, so ideally they are used a lot. Japan was smacked by God twice. Well, that's where you get Godzilla from, right? You know. Epic says fusion is still making ground, and when we get to the point where that works, this will be a non-issue. But in the current administration, we'll never know. Yeah. Fusion reactor, engage. That'll be a thing. Okay. Wow. Okay, so we haven't solved the world problems. We're pretty close, you know. I do know that I'm not going to buy an H2 vehicle anytime soon. Just going to keep my eyes and ears, keep my ear on the ground and kind of see what's going on with that. EV vehicle, I'm cheap. We got to use gas vehicle, Hyundai Sonata. It's working great for us. I will run that thing until it dies, and then we'll see what happens. Maybe electric, maybe it'll be an H2. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I won't be around. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Ferritha says, my 7-year-old EV has about 110,000 on it, and the battery has 88% of the capacity left. They just tested this weekend, so I have about 80% left at 250,000. Nice. George is talking about Japan. Earthquake, then a tsunami hit that power plant. Yeah, so there's that. But that's good. Yeah, that EV. I mean, there's definitely some pros to that. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But I'm not going to run out and buy one right now. Again, like I said, I'll use my gas car until it's done, and then we'll relook everything and see what happens. I'm not averse to it. I've ridden in some good taxis, new taxis with the new Korean EV vehicles, and they are nice and quiet, comfortable. Some actually have enough room in the back for somebody as big as me. So yeah. Inventive says solar house and EV all the way. Yeah, there's people that I know who live here in Korea out in the country, and all of their electricity is like 99% solar. And that's with them running like 2 air conditioners in their house, keeping it at like 73 degrees through the entire summer. So yeah, there's that. I say all options should be available. Yeah, make an informed decision. Hey, let me do something. You all talk amongst yourselves real quick. I got to go do something because I've been drinking. This is almost empty, and I got to empty. I'll be right back. So go ahead and talk. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just realized I had my wireless mic on. That could have been embarrassing. Did you hear the toilet flush and everything? Oh my gosh, seriously. Really? I just did that. Epic says, yes, now I have to pee. That would be a long breakfast. Ooh, that was funny. I have a wireless microphone. It's probably still hooked up. I love you, but next time turn the wireless mic off. Right? I know. Epic says, also props for you for that great prostate. I aim to please, and I did aim. Yeah. Anywho, embarrassment is only a state of mind. So I don't mind it. Everybody got a laugh, so I am good with it. With that being said, maybe that is stemmed from my time in the military and working in prisons and stripping down people and inmates and POWs or whatever. It's just kind of, yeah. Anyway, this is the color for that crimson sword. Yes. Oh, man. Concept says, funny how we went from 3D prints to politics. Goddamn politics ruining a good day. That's why I brought this, and we're gonna try to get back to the fun. Zombie says, yes. Seriously, yes, we heard you. Are you small or is that a big bottle? I'm 6'2" at 260 pounds. So yeah, this is kind of big. Yeah, big. So anyway, let me see if I can pull this up because we're gonna change to the other information. Let's see. Concept says, I'm newish to 3D printing, so it's been fun building a lot of physical starter prints. Yeah. Oh, 3D printing is awesome. I love it. It's a nice red. This is going to be going on that crimson sword. Crimson sword, blah, blah, blah. I found this on Maker World. And so tried to transition from the bathroom fiasco to the, yeah, I know, get rid of that. So this sword, that's what that sword's going to look like. And so this is the red. They printed that out in silk red PLA and then with the black and stuff. But I think this red is going to turn out really good. So yeah, it is. I'm really looking. Of course, I'm going to have to, I paint some stuff. I could have printed it, but then I'd have to buy the PLA and wait for it to get here in Korea and whatever. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Piled 3D says, and asks a question, what printers do you have? I've got the Creality K2 Plus right now. So, and I've got the other pieces and parts. So, basically, so I have this piece here, which turned out pretty good, and this will fit in there, and it'll end up kind of looking like that. So I think that'll turn out pretty good. It'll be a tight fit, but it's just because of the paint, but you can see. And then what I plan on doing is on these markings here, is I'll get some red paint like this, and I'll mark and paint on the inside of those areas there, and maybe on those as well. I'm not sure about that, but definitely the big ones. I'm going to put the red paint in there, and that'll turn out. That'll be a pretty cool looking sword, and especially with the pommel and everything, which the pommel is about that big, and it's got the diamond insert. I just finished doing some of those, and yeah, This is going to be wild. I think this will really turn out good. Matter of fact, since I got the wireless mic, no, I'm not going to the bathroom. I'm just going to go in here to the diamond or insets. And we can see here, so I ended up kind of doing those, kind of smoothing those out with some UV resin. Didn't go too crazy. And then that will go into there like that. So yeah, that'll be pretty sharp. So yeah, looking forward to doing that. I still need to print the pommel, or not print the pommel, but paint the red on the pommel, and that's why I finished just taping this off. So we got all that, so all these areas will be red, and then we'll do the other in black. And yeah, a little bit of red on that piece there, all taped off, ready to go. So yeah, it'll be fun. So yeah, this red will turn out pretty good. And then even on some areas like this where you got that little mark in there, I'll probably put a little bit of black in so we get a little bit of contrast, and that'll be good. I sanded it down just a bit. Didn't go too crazy on it. So yeah, it looks good. It's gonna look good. And if you notice up on the wall right there where I'm pointing, that's the hanger where the sword's gonna go. So yeah, it's gonna look pretty good. My wife is she's like, excuse me, when I fit it all together and I showed her, she's like, and what are you gonna do with this? I was like, I don't know, just. The question is, Ferrith says, all right, Steve, I'm headed to bed, 5 a.m. rise and shine for a 10-hour drive back home. Yeah, you need to get some sleep, bro. But thanks for stopping by. It's good, always good having you. Always good. Be safe when you drive too. Once you get back safe and sound, definitely. Piled 3D says, did you sand it? On the small part, I didn't sand it. I just put UV resin on there, and then on that part I probably should have sanded, but basically just some UV resin and cured it with the UV light, and then painted it red, and then put a clear coat varnish on there. That's what I did with this. I haven't put clear coat varnish on this yet, so I'm probably going to do that. But I did sand this down a little bit, but I mean, this came out okay. You can see the inside, but on the edge, you can see how that came out. It came out pretty decent. There you go. You can kind of see it. Still some little artifacts there and whatever that I could have sanded down. I didn't want to get too knee deep into it. So, yeah, I think it's going to turn out nice. It'll be a good little display piece. Zombie says, I've decided to get back into my B9 robot build. Ferrith says it's Sunday, so driving should be easy. Always good seeing you. And same to you as well. Always good. So yeah, that's what we got going on. So yeah, we ended up doing the proof of concept with the Viking. I wore the Viking with the picture frame all together, so that turned out really good. And again, we took the model that was like this, and we just kind of cut it in the splicer program. So it was like that, you know, boom, and then put it onto the frame, assembled it in the slicer, and printed it out, and it came out pretty good. So if you've got a favorite character that you want to display, come up with a picture frame and, you know, put your character in there, slice it up, and print away. So yeah, it'll be some good stuff. Man, we've been on here for 3 hours and 34 minutes. We've been yakking. We've been yakking a bit. We went over a plethora of things. So, but anyway, some of the things we talked about that I'm going to look into Of course, we talked about Hue Forge. That is some really cool stuff, as if I didn't have enough cool stuff to do. And then there is that piled 3D CAD multi-tool on Steam. We took a look at that. So I posted the links for that. Somebody mentioned the Slicer program. We posted the link for that. Of course, there's Luban, the splitter program to split up big files, kind of like Luban, but with an updated user interface. We talked about that. And then we talked about politics and oil and EVs and bathroom breaks and things like that. We had a good time of that. So, yeah. Let's see. George says, I'm still printing outdoor Christmas decorations. Cool, cool. Like they are leaning through a door. Yeah, I love that. It just looks really cool. I think this one turned out really good. And I want to do that Stargate one with the Warhammer-ish dude that we did. I think that's going to come out pretty good. I don't know. For the people that weren't here, we did kind of a similar thing. And so, yeah, that's going to got a little Stargate, little action there, little frame. And then we took our little Warhammer dude, spliced him a little bit as if he was coming through there. I think that'd be a cool little thing. I'll actually print that out. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, some cool stuff that you can do with 3D printers, and whether it's Christmas decorations or cosplay or whatever, functional prints. There's a lot of functional prints that people do. I've got some on my page on Creality Cloud. Pretty good stuff. Zombie said, let's go on for 5 hours. Oh yeah. I don't know. I have to eat. It's like I haven't had breakfast yet, and it's almost 12. It's almost lunch. So, Epic says, good stream. Glad I said. Well, thank you for joining. You made part of the stream, good part of the stream possible by being here. So I appreciate that. Zombie says, just sent you a pic on Messenger. On Messenger? Messenger or email? Because Messenger, I just got a package in front of my front door. That's all I got there. Let me see if it's email. Dun 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 dun. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Dun 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 dun. Zombie, just send a pic on Messenger. I haven't got anything from Messenger yet. So maybe it's still waiting. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. And then George says, what do you think of the new Stargate series that is coming? I don't know. I haven't seen anything about that at all. I remember the Stargate movie, the original one, which I love that show. The movie, I love that pretty good. After that, I didn't really get into that. Just, eh. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Whatever happened to the BSG remake and also Stargate? SGU needs to come back. I don't know. I never really got into those. I probably should now that now I'm retired and I have time. Big says, we can wait for you to come back from eating. Man, I guess apparently I should do more streams on the weekend than during the weekdays. Is that kind of like a general consensus for everybody? Maybe I should just do like a Saturday and Sunday stream, and then the rest of the week, just, yeah. Zombie says Facebook Messenger. Oh, okay. Then let me get on to that. Oh, there it is. There it is. Yeah. And that looks pretty good. I'm going to throw this up there. Check this out. Boom. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. That's pretty cool. That is cool, that is cool, that is cool. Cool, good stuff. Let's see. Piled 3D says the following. I only found your channel today, but I'll be back. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. And Chris Lilly, 1463, new sub. I've been listening since for 13 minutes in, but was busy. Got the whole show. Funny note, I was cooking dinner when you went in for a bio break, and I yelled, mute your mic. My wife was like, what? Again, deepest apologies. Deepest apologies. It won't happen again. But again, shame is only in the mind, and so I don't mind. But I won't do it again. Zombie says, it's only half the robot, though. I need to print the other half. That's cool. So much stuff you can do with 3D printing. Pretty wild. It is amazing. The coolest thing about 3D printing, whether it's resin or whether it's, FDM printing or FFF printing, with the HueForge, or whether you're doing stuff on your own on Tinkercad or Blender or Fusion 360, if you enjoy, it just opens up. I just find peace doing this stuff. I like creating, I like building. Of course, being retired, you can't just sit around and drink all day. I can only go to the gym so many times during the week, so I got to fill it up with something else. But I like the building. I like the learning. I like the doing stuff that, a lot of people don't do. And, being retired, I'm picking up a lot of things that I wish I had done during my working adult years. Because when I was going through, I joined the Army 17, I turned 18 in basic training, and I pretty much didn't do any creative stuff. Got married early, had a kid, you're busy doing work and deployments and all that stuff. There wasn't really, I did guns and stuff like that. There wasn't really a lot of room for anything else than that, because the way I was raised was all of that stuff that I'm doing now is kid stuff. Warhammer, D&D, whatever, all of this stuff was considered kid stuff. But now I'm coming back and I'm finding out that, hey, it's just fun stuff. There is no age limit on this stuff. So yeah, it ends up, it's a thing, and I enjoy it. I, taught myself how to paint by watching YouTube videos and stuff like that. So yeah, pretty good. Chris Lilly says, you're my kind of people. Well, you as well. I mean, everybody here is kind of cool, so I really appreciate that. Zombie says, if you're bored, you need that 8-foot Hulk. Yeah, I know. That's on the bucket list, is to do a big Hulk or the big Viking. But I'm kind of leaning more towards the Hulk because that's my childhood. That's my childhood character, was the Hulk. I remember the Bill Bixby and the TV show, The Hulk. Yeah, I know I dated myself, but yeah, the 8-foot Hulk. I don't know if I could do it. It wouldn't fit. I don't think I have 8-foot ceilings. I really don't think I have 8-foot ceilings, because I'm 6'2", and for reference, I can touch the ceiling. Let's find out here real quick. It's 7 foot, 7 foot 7. 7 feet 7 inches is my ceiling. So yeah, an 8-foot Hulk, probably not going to happen. But that's why I'm thinking like a 6-foot Hulk, or maybe a 6'5" Hulk or whatever. But the Hulk that I was going to end up doing, you can kind of see him back there. That would be big. That would be huge. So, yeah, that would be good. Concept says, he was filling his bottle. What's everyone on about? Yeah, I was filling another bottle. That's all I was doing. PAL 3D, it really is accessible, but can be as complicated as you want it to be. That's true. Spider-Man can take the Hulk. That's true. Well, no, I don't think so. I'm going to say no on that one. George says the TV show was my favorite version. Yeah, with Hugh Hefner. Not Hugh Hefner. What was his name? It was Bill Bixby and... Why did I say Hugh Hefner? I forget the bodybuilder's name. Zombie Hunter says with Hulk, okay, 7 feet 5 inches. Yeah, so top of his head is just going to hit the ceiling there. Just barely make it. And the ending theme was great on the Hulk TV show. Yeah, it was... That was a good show. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry or mad or whatever it was. But the Hulk is going to be pretty good, I think. But it's just going to be so darn big, and a lot of it is going to be the base. I mean, that's a huge base. So if this guy is like 6 feet tall, the base is going to be like what, 4 feet across? And where would I put that? But this is just such an awesome model. That is really going to be... This is going to be... I think I need to paint this guy. He's on the pile of shame, too. Along with my other characters and the various piles of shame characters that I have. Lou Ferrigno. That was it, Lou Ferrigno. And he's still a pretty big guy. Concept says, yeah, Hulk would be a cool one to do. So it's either going to be the Hulk or the Viking guy. But I'm leaning towards more the Hulk, you know. Zombie says, you can't be taller than the Hulk. That's true. So the Hulk has got to be taller. So I'm 6'5". We'll do the Hulk at 6'5". Yep. Hey, OG. Soneri, OG, Lou Ferrigno. Yep. Welcome to the show. Nice having you aboard. Appreciate that. George says, I can't spell. But I knew who you were talking about. So it's all good. It all worked out well. So yeah, and I'm looking at getting another 3D printer, probably another K2 Plus as it stands right now. I'm thinking about that. But then the Bond Tech with the index and the induction coil heating hot ends and all that stuff for the Prusa, what is it, the Core 1L, the larger, the 300 build plate area. That looks really good. So not that I would need that, but I mean, that's just damn cool. But the price, holy crow, the price. I can get the K2 Plus just by itself for like $1,000 here in Korea. Whereas the Prusa, that Core 1L, I don't even, Prusa Core 1L. Oh, I know that's going to be, I looked this up, but Concept says, that's a cool model. Where did I find that one? I went to stlfinder.com and put in Hulk, and boom, it popped up on one of the results. I got it a long time ago, so I'm not even sure where. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it, because I might. I don't know, there's so many cool Hulk characters, but I can't remember which one it was. I know that Hulk was one that Ground Affected had done, but I'm not sure what the, where I got the file from. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh man, there's so many. I'm looking at, in case you're wondering, I'm looking at all of these Hulk ones. There's so many cool Hulk. I think Ground Affected did that one as well. That's a really good one. I like that one there. dun, dun, dun. For the life of me, I can't remember it on which one it was. Or where I got it from, I should say. Ooh, the Hulk would be a good one to do with the photo frame thing. That just kind of, as I'm looking at that there with the frame around him, that would look pretty good too. Seriously? I don't know. Maybe his game body? I know I got it a long time ago. I just can't remember when I got it. Anyway, that's what happens when you get old. You can't remember stuff. So now we're talking about the Core 1. Yeah, the Core 1L is definitely something that I would consider getting. But the price, oh my gosh, it is, what is it? We come up on the Core 1. There it is. No extra sheet, no filtration. We're talking $1,600. And then the index system on there, I don't know, add another $400 or $500 on top of that. I like the bed system that they have where it kind of heats up the entirety of the bed. I think that's really, really good. But that's tempting just to have when the index system upgrade kit comes out for that. But that's like $1,600. Ugh. I think I actually got that in a cart, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Core 1, 16s. Ooh, so yeah. Here's the rub. So it's $1,600. And then when you start throwing in that I'm in South Korea, and then the shipping and everything, which is international shipping, you're looking at basically $1,800. And that doesn't even come with a multi-material unit. That's just the Core 1L. So, that would be a lot of allowance that would go towards that. So I don't know. I'm tempted, but then because of the future of the index, and imagine having like, I don't know, 5, 6, 8 index, Bondtech index coil induction heating heads on that thing, easy swap like that. Not that I do a lot of color printing or anything, or multi-material printing, at least now I don't. But redundancy, if one head went bad, you got a number of other ones. So that comes into play. So I might do something like that. But again, it's a chunk of change there. It is a chunk of change. And I can't find that Hulk. Gambody, was it Gambody Hulk? No, I don't think so. Now you got me all really wondering, where did I get that Hulk from? I don't know. Anyway, if I run across it, I'll put it on another one. Put the STL up on your Discord. Right? What's a Discord? I'm old. I don't know what Discord is. Do you got to plug that in? Nevertheless says, go ahead and splurge on your heart desires as the return on investment would be desirable. There's that. And it might be a few months, but we're thinking about buying another apartment as an investment property, and that will bring in maybe $1,100 a month. So maybe half of that or a portion of that could go towards my hobbies. So I could fund my printers that way. So that wouldn't be bad. That Hulk though. Hulk. Where did I get that Hulk? I don't know. I give up. Let's see. Concept says the new Snapmaker looks good. That it does. That is a pretty good one too. That came out of left field. I didn't see that coming. And I just wish it was bigger. But hopefully they'll do another version. So between now and maybe, because we're looking at purchasing an apartment maybe in February, March, probably March timeframe, March or April. And then depending on how fast that goes, being able to rent that out, boom. So maybe, spring, maybe summer of this next year, which is right around the corner, maybe I'll get the Core 1L, or if Snapmaker comes out with the U2 with U2 bigger, or U2L or something, U1L. If they have like a 300 or a 350, that would be great with a multi-head system. That would be pretty good as well. But yeah, that kind of just popped out of nowhere, didn't it? Hopefully Creality Play catch up a bit and may have a whole multi-head at a good price. Yeah, keep our fingers crossed for that. I know the K2 Plus has been working out pretty well for me. I really enjoy it. And then, that's something to be said, is it's working well for me. If I pick up another K2 Plus, replacement parts, I don't have to go through two different vendors. I just get, all from one source. I would have the replacement parts. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe the K2 Plus, but man, some of that other stuff looks interesting. Yeah. Everton says, there you go. Excuse me. Passive investments is the formula. Yeah, let them pay for my hobbies. Our returns are 2,500K plus, 2.5K plus. Nice. That's pretty good. We're either going to buy another apartment here in Brownstone, or we're thinking about EG the One, just for the fact that they cater towards military families, contractors, things like that. And EG the One is definitely a newer city on Asan Technical Valley as compared to Anjingni here where we're at. But yeah, it kind of depends. Our thing now is, would EG the One, what is going to be the return on investment for that versus one here in Brownstone? So we need to do some numbers on that and see what goes. But and how much rent we can get. Probably a 3-bedroom, 2-bath rented out. But like I said, after management fees and stuff like that, I think it would come out to about $1,100, $1,200 a month, somewhere around there. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll see how that goes. Piled 3D asks, how fast is your internet? That is a good question. Let's see. It's pretty good. Let's take a look-see, and we might as well do this and see what happens. So, boom, there it is. Let's go ahead and hit go. And I don't think I'm using my VPN. I don't know, am I? No, I'm not. So we should be here in Korea. Connecting? Seriously? Really? Heard Korea has great internet. As we're waiting and nothing's happening yet. Obviously it's working good enough. Come on, let's do this. Get it going. Connecting. Still get the spinning whoozy wheel of whatever. Come on. Of course, this is the slowest this has ever been. Go figure. Usually it's like, boom, on it. Seriously, really. What is going on? Still clicking. Browser quality loading, gaming quality loading. Quality loading. Video call, quality loading. We'll let that run. This isn't just the direct. Let's see. So we did this one, fast.com. So 1.3, let's see what other stuff we got here. Loaded, unloaded, upload. So yeah, there it is. So 1.3, pretty good, I'd say. Speed upload, 850. There it is. That's what we get. We stream pretty much all of our stuff, our TV, of course, our internet, movies, Netflix, stuff like that. Korean TV is streaming as well. And I can hear the wife is watching some of her shows, so she's doing that. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the speed. Works out pretty good. And this is also coupled with our phone service. So it's about $30 a month for the internet, the TV, and for that. And we get 250 channels of TV that comes along with that. And then our phone is $80 a month for 2 phones, unlimited service. So Piled 3D says, I'm looking to get in the PS2 or P2S. I need a bigger printer. That looks like a good system too. That looks like a good one too. Chris says that I got an Ender 3 V3 Plus, hopefully okay. Should be. I mean, as the new models come out, I mean, even the Enders are pretty good. The enclosed systems are getting so inexpensive these days. And even though the tariff wars are going on, what we've ended up seeing is a lot of the 3D printing companies with their machines have lowered their prices, even in the midst of this tariff thing. I don't care really how you think about that, but it is what it is. But prices have been going down. So that works out pretty good. Might be hanging with all those tabs still on. No, well, yeah, maybe a little bit. Because I got, yeah, that whole thing there. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Can't afford anything else. Hey, nothing wrong with that. There were some times that I did some hobby stuff where I would go sell blood to fund my hobbies. So yeah, or do some side gigs or whatever. So yeah, do what you can with what you have. And yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with bed slingers either. They work out pretty good too. Piled says, I meant to type H2S. Oh, okay, H2S. Yeah, H2S is that's a big one too. So not bad at all. So yeah, looking for another printer. Eventually I'll get to that, because when I do some bigger stuff like the Hulk or whatever it is that's bigger, some cosplay stuff, yeah, you can't beat that. That'll be some good stuff there. So let's see, what else do we get? What about an A1 Mini? Those seem to be good. I know a couple of people that have those and they love them. So oh, so I got that other speed test has popped up. Love mine, and it's so cheap. I know, it's pretty good. Piled also says I have an X1C, A1, and 2 minis right now. Damn, so you're rocking it. Zombie says, okay, got to get ready for work. Catch everyone later. We'll see ya. Okay, cool. Well, thanks, Zombie, for stopping by. That is pretty good. Always good to have Zombie here from down under. So he gives his unique perspective, and he does some cool hobby stuff as well. So appreciate him along with everybody else. Alrighty. I think, it's 12:20 right now. We've been at this for over 4 hours. So I think we're going to end up doing, my wife I can hear her puddling around out there and doing stuff. since I think we're going to go do some brunch, we'll do that. And so I'll have to get changed, cleaned up, brush my fangs and all that stuff, take her out, show her some love. Got to do that to your spouse. So we'll do that. So that means that we're going to cut off this stream right now. But I think since we had a lot of engagement on the weekend, I think what I'll end up doing, because usually I stream during the week, but I don't get as much as engagement. So I'll make a concerted effort to do a stream on like Saturday and maybe Sunday. We'll see how that goes. We'll add that to the mix. And then I'll still do some streaming during the week. But yeah, it should be some good stuff. Piled ends up saying, thanks for the stream. It was great to see Luban at work. Yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Nedvendus by Zombie. Neff says, have a good one, Steve. You as well. And in case anybody wants to contact me for whatever reasons, just showing me some of the cool stuff that you do, we will go to the obligatory outro, which is this scene right here, and it has my email address. I always answer my email. It might be a day or two, but I always answer my email. Send me pictures of your prints or whatever it is. If you have recommendations or stuff that you do, just say hi. That's the email. That is it right there. A bunch of people bought me coffee. If you want to do that, that's cool. The best thing that you all could do is what you've already been doing is liking the video and subscribing to the channel. I really appreciate that. And yeah, it's really, really good. So with that, appreciate it. Had a good time. Everybody have a good day. Chris, yep, have a great day. Great day. Have a great day, everyone. Again, I just love y'all. Y'all are some great people. I like the decent, common sense, hobby-minded, good people that you are. I appreciate that, and I enjoy these streams. So with that, we'll go ahead and bid you adieu until next time. Peace. Good stuff. Good stuff. It was a good stream. I like it. You're all good people. Oh.